Okay. So I'll start. Hey! Hi there.
Hello.
Heyo.
Testing.
Hi.
Greetings, friends, and welcome to Tales of Ithalian. We're a group of nerds and odd ducks play D&D. I am your storyteller, JARON Noble. As this is week 3, I'm going to at least do this till our 4th session. I'm going to have everyone go around and state who they are playing and what their names are. We are a little bit short-handed, but we will have someone joining us a little bit later this session. So, if we don't mind going around the table once again.
I am my name is Levi, and I play DATH'TAN.
My name is Nick, and I play KELSION.
My name is Liam, and I play Care.
My name is Nathan, and if you watched the last 3 sessions, you should know who we are at this point.
You shush. He plays COIL.
I was getting to that.
Sure.
I doubt that.
Okay. There's not much else to really speak of, so without further ado, if everyone's ready,
Right.
Aye, aye, Captain.
let's begin Tales of Ithalian. Last we left off, our group of acquainted travelers had discovered a body within a cluster of trees not far at all from the caravan that they had joined. Discovering very little about the beast, Lux, being worried about being hunted down, decided to keep the encampment where it was at, in faith that the group he had hired would deal with the monster. He went and made a proclamation, saying that you all were going to be questioning some of the people of the caravan, and upon asking a few of the heads of them, you learned that there is a threat coming this night from Maedra herself, and that you didn't have much to go on overall. You prepared for the night impressively well, and you waited. It became late before you noticed that 2 displacer beasts had come. The fight was a little out of hand, but was quickly dealt with overall. Upon looking at them, these beasts seemed slightly altered and injured. Around this time, there was a scream heard from the cliff edge where the wagon camp is set up on. Most of you made your way there, others staying behind to drag one of these beasts to camp. At the cliff, you discovered that one of the work hands, Melric, was pulled off the cliff by something. And there was a possibility that there was evidence on the body. Lux, the golden tiefling, DATH'TAN, and KELSION climbed their way down, found a body on a small slab of stone on the reef, gathered familiar buttons, and climbed up. Nothing happening on either trip down or up. Upon giving them to Lux, he identified them as Ralas, the human woman, who denied quickly any thought that she did this. Maedra, the tall, pale woman, began to speak, saying that in her attempt to account for everyone, one was missing. Rala's son, Kramer, who was found not far from the encampment, asleep. Blood on his mouth and hands. The following conversation between Lux, Rala, and Maedra was quite heavy with the words being spoken. A gathering of the heads of the caravan will be had, and judgment will be passed. You are all told by Maedra that within the following nights that there will come another creature, and that them being busy tomorrow night with a discussion and decision, that they would like to be defended while it's happening. You all did some talking of your own, as well as some of you spotting a rush of guards late at night through the road. You all went to bed, a long night having taken you all. And that is where we left off. So, before we get too deep into it, let me pull up something. DATH'TAN.
Oh, no. I already don't like this.
I do.
You find yourself having a difficult time trying to fall asleep this night. Strangely, even with all of the cold winds that normally lightly breeze your way through here, you're overheating in your knapsack. But as time passes, due to your exhaustion, sleep does take you somewhere. You find yourself in the midst of a dense forest. The trees are dark and rotting, yet still stand, looking as if Each tree is made of a dark purple raw meat. The knots in the tree looking like a mouth open and agape. Some of the trees split open and close every once in a while slowly, giving varying sizes of humanoid eyes of different colors depending on the tree. The leaves bring misshapen and jagged look to them, as if they were attached to each one of these broken-looking bent limbs of each tree. Deep red veins running through these leaves. The dark, dry ground of almost rock-hard earth is at your feet. No flowers or bushes. A forest barren of any natural life. The familiar gray and clouded sky is strange and ghastly. This sight is... You've been here before. You've traveled through the flesh weald before in Draslich. You look around, not knowing why you're here, or where you are in the woods. Just an array of random and scattered trees all around. What are you doing?
I'm gonna start walking.
As you walk, you still feel a cold chill to the air, the darkened skies around illuminating nothing. You notice that as you make your way, that the eyes go from opening and closing at random, as it normally does, to becoming a select few nearby trees from all sides open and lock onto you, following you as you walk. And as you go by a certain section, the eyes will close and the next tree opens and locks onto you. What are you doing?
Who is that there? I can tell someone is watching me.
You look. The eyes just stare at you.
I'm gonna walk
No
up
answer.
to one of the trees. That
You
are
walk up.
staring at me.
The purple color does have almost still a rotting black to it. They smell disgusting, as if something has been dead for a long time. And taking a close look at each knot and tree, you do see that these almost open mouth holes in them do have what look to be a tooth or two hanging from it.
Gonna take out my knife, cut my hand, and activate the Rite of the Storm.
As you cut your hand, the same sort of electrical infusion of the dagger comes to fruition as it...
Where's the eyes on the tree?
They open and close randomly. You see the wood begin to slowly, you hear it crack and begin to split open as a fleshy noise comes, and one of the eyes will push out and look at you, and it's happening with every tree around you in each section. It's like you're being surrounded by a wooden hall.
As well, one of the eyes opens on the tree that I'm at. I'm gonna stab it with the knife.
Make an attack roll.
$21.
21. You take the knife and stab it about a little bit lower than the halfway mark of the tree as one of the eyes opens. No sound is made. And there's now just a cut and an open eye that's oozing out blood and other ichors as it just seals, and more cracks slowly open and close and open and close, unreacting.
I want to look around.
You do, and as you look, you begin noticing that the eyes have changed, and even the one that you just recently stabbed, the other eyes that are popping open and closing, they have gone from their multiple different colors to a deep, deep crimson red. They slowly begin to release blood from the sockets of the eyes.
I walk away from the tree.
You step back, and you notice that as you begin moving, your pace is beginning to slow. The eyes feeling that each one is slowly locking you in place, until you find yourself not being able to move as you're in the midst of backing up. You try, but you cannot push past whatever is happening until you feel it. The familiar presence you have felt in yourself for the past several years. You see nothing approaching you or around you, even in this somewhat paralyzed state, but you feel it still. Words slowly cracking their way through the trees rings out through the forest, shaking the ground itself as it passes. You cannot contain me. Before you react, as your mouth begins to open, a sharp but memorable pain shoots through you, the teeth pulling, tearing, breaking. You shoot up with a gasp, the pain there but fading as you awake. You look about to see each member of your group plus the caravan asleep.
What time of night is it?
You stayed up pretty darn late last night. Looking, you see that the sun is actually beginning to rise. Dawn is just at the corner. The clouds beginning to part. Welcome. ANETH is back, everyone.
Scary.
Me? I mean,
For Levi.
less.
For me, scary. Yes. I guess the rest of the morning I'm just gonna leave camp and hunt small animals.
You stand up and you begin to walk out towards the forest. Any group or gathering of trees, as there is no dense, thick forest around, but you just begin looking, keeping watch, and seeing what you can find. You can go ahead and roll a survival check if you wish.
22.
22. Your day is pretty productive, or the morning at least, as you wait for everyone to slowly awake. You travel around, and although there is no thing to kill, there's no boar or deer that passes you, you do see or track small animals, either noticing other squirrels' footprints within the grass to even what looks to be some disruptions and pullings of the grass and dirt as perhaps birds were passing through it. And you even see what looks to be a small sparrow at some point land and begin pecking at the ground and pulling hard at a worm in the morning, taking it and beginning to do its best to eat and pull it to shreds and part of it, and it kind of looks up, sees you, and grabs onto the worm and flies away. A very uneventful, yet at least keeping your mind busy on tracking things sort of morning.
That was the point.
ANETH,
Yes.
your night is as disruptful as someone else's in the groups.
Oh.
The memories of the day, fuzzy. You find yourself not being able to recall that night that you were brought here to this place. Maybe the rush, the panic, or being away from your home plane as long as you have, slowly making you forget. But your mind, on this late night, remembers something.
I remember.
You're running. Tall trees as you move by, shooting upwards all around you. The bark to them having a gray tint, layered scale-like design on four sides of it as it runs up the trunk, itself large and wide. Each tree several feet thick, rising up to its mushroom-shaped top, where the leaves are full and strong, fall red. The ground thick and engrossed in roots that grow over and under each other, intertwining and either overlapping or burrowing underneath one another. Each one ranging in its length and width. In a dense array in them, you find that small sprouts of more of these trees are beginning to grow, the leaves just beginning to sprout off of them. You're in the Drakescale Woods. A place that you normally take much joy running around in any other day. But you aren't today. Today, you are scared. You don't know why, but you feel it within you. Looking ahead of you, you see pure darkness, as if a 5-foot sphere of dim light is all you can see. Anything ahead is just pure black. The trees flanking you on both sides, making you feel in this ominous hallway of nature that is around you. You turn around and look behind you. You see and take notice of the same blank and quiet darkness, the jaws of night wrapping around either side of you. You're alone.
Can I kind of... Do I know an estimate of how long ago this was?
Go ahead and make an intelligence check.
Okay. Just pure intelligence?
Sure.
That's a 9.
9. Okay. You ascertain quickly that this dream state you're in is that, and realizing that this is something that's becoming clear, you try to grasp onto and gather in your mind when this was. Not much in the way of where this could be. You know that this could possibly be that same night, but for the life of you, you can't gather in this puzzle piece where it lies. In the midst of this, thinking to yourself, nothing changes or happens, but a sense comes to you before you awake in the morning. Something is burning.
That's not good.
The rest of you awake, along with you, sore from the physical activity of the day prior, either the running, climbing, or the scars you took, on top of the very late night you all had. You are all waking up a bit groggy and exhausted, and even yourself, who woke up earlier, most definitely feel it. You look about as you get up from your knapsacks. The mood here has noticeably changed. Yesterday there was at least some joy in these people's faces, but now it is all a very quiet morning. These people have lost someone evidently important to them. Several of them move about half-heartedly, if at all. Others, still tear-stained, lay bedridden, still thinking about the fact that a close friend of theirs is now gone. You see a few work hands crowded around each other, consoling. Some giving a bit of a keep-away glance and angry glares towards you all as you walk about. Even though you know you did well, these people are in mourning, and they are deep within their emotions. You look and find that all huddled around Luck's wagon is the heads of the caravan, speaking in low tones. You realize that they are attempting to come to a conclusion with how to be calm about the subject that they are to bring up tonight to the rest of the caravan. And that all of you are still expected to keep whatever trouble may come in the night out of this caravan. The morning and day is yours. What would you wish to do?
Oh goodness. I want to check in on COIL after the previous night's fight and events.
Not too hard. COIL normally sleeps in the backpack or nuzzled up next to you, normally on your backside.
So after awakening myself, I open up like the lid of the backpack, at least a little bit of sunlight inside, see if he's awake at all.
It is. You have a decently big backpack, and even though that's the case, you do realize that having a 9-year-old child in there, of any case, does look cramped. And although he's never really complained about it, it does look a bit uncomfortable as he's kind of crammed in.
It's what he chose.
He's just vibing.
That's how he be.
Coil, you do wake up to the sudden hit of sunlight as the backpack is opened, and the familiar Yuan-Ti wizard is staring into it.
He sort of
Rise and shine. The day has started.
He sort of recoils slightly from having the sun suddenly hit his eyes, but eventually he slowly crawls his way out.
Is there breakfast or in the midst of being prepared, or?
CAEDRIK and Cathis are pretty good about getting on top of that, and they're around the dugout fire pit, the dirt bowl they made. A fireplace is already going, and they are sitting around a pot that is hung around. So they are in the midst of cooking.
Breakfast will be ready in just a moment. I wanted to ask before we start the day, however. How are you doing? I understand that the last few days have been stressful for you. Are you managing okay?
everything's scary.
I know. Unfortunately, that is how this world is. You will get used to it and grow stronger by it.
I know.
Just let me know if it gets too bothersome.
Okay.
I open up the umbrella and kind of like lean it on the backpack to be like a parasol for you while you wait for breakfast. That's pretty much my end of my. I'm done.
Okay.
Unless you wish to speak more.
No, I don't really have anything else.
Okay.
Sure thing. Anyone else?
Anna.
Sure.
So, Aneth would like to practice some of her magic.
Okay.
So she's going to find a space a little bit away from the camp. Probably.
You move out and you begin heading towards the direction of the lone bent tree in the large cluster where Derek was found but a day ago. Not many people are out here. You do see far off to the right, in between some of the smatterings of small boulders and single lone trees standing tall, that DATH'TAN's kind of out there just looking about, but far enough away that he may not be in danger.
Okay. I'm gonna cast Minor Illusion and try to make a chair.
You begin focusing your magic and pulling towards it, and sure enough, as you begin thinking of a wooden chair, this elegant rocking chair begins to form onto the ground and slowly teeter without making a noise back and forth. It seems to work out well.
Okay.
Are you doing this in plain sight of everyone?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just casting it. I'm casting it. Trying to.
If she's not being hidden, most of you guys who have woken up and moved about can see this happening.
Okay.
This looks to be about the area you guys fought the Displacer Beasts about a day ago.
Okay.
Kind of flinching away, almost expecting something to happen for a moment before she realizes that it's just the chair. She throws her fists up in the air and she's like cheering to herself under her breath.
Would I see that?
Yes, you are the closest out of anyone to this. You're maybe 50 feet away off to the right, and you just look over, and it's not like there's any sort of thing blocking your vision. It's just open field with trees around.
Just give a confused look and just like,
Would
When
I
I'm-
be able to?
If you're still in the backpack, I would say you're not.
Well, he's sort of poking his head out, but
For you, I'd say make a perception check, because
Okay.
I think a parasol is above you now.
When I see that you have like noticed, I kind of point at the chair and point to you and I say, "Sit down." Come sit in my chair that I just made. It's a real chair, promise.
I'm gonna walk over and just walk straight through it.
Almost like a mist that surrounds you for a second. You walk right through it, turn back, and it's still rocking.
Again,
Nice try.
another sigh of relief before she drops the illusion.
Jaron, that would be a 21.
You do notice it. Your head poking out, you kind of swing your head side to side, your ears slapping against the sides of your head, and then you look out and you see that at this point DATH'TAN's kind of standing looking down to ANETH and looking back at it, now disappearing into what looks just to be a small fog cloud and dissipating the chair.
T slowly crawls his way out of the backpack and begins just waddling over, seeing the chair just appear and then disappear, thinking that it's, even though ultimately it's pretty insignificant, he thinks it's the coolest thing ever.
Looking over,
You made the chair. You know, I can also
Yes.
somewhat do that, and then just make a smaller chair in my hand.
Okay, but sometimes it doesn't work out for me.
Okay, that's a bit weird.
Let me show you. I am going to cast Mage Hand and attempt to pick up a rock.
you see that she reaches over and one of the smaller pebbles just, as a small, light green illusionary hand, just picks it up.
And I'm like flinching away from this as I'm casting it, like making sure it is within the furthest of my range.
You just cast it. You picked up the rock.
You see that it's like shaking violently. She's
Why
like
is it-
flinching with it.
Kind of out of anger, I dispel it. Throw my hands down. No! Sometimes when I cast things, it doesn't work out right, and it just goes poof. I don't know, sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad, sometimes it's really bad. So I'm trying to get it under control.
Okay, I'm gonna go back over there to those trees and I'm just okay.
Yeah.
I'll walk away.
At this
And-
point, you do see as you turn that the small Tabaxi acquaintance is like rubbing its eyes. It's walking up to you.
Morning, small cat.
Hi.
And that's just how I'm going to occupy my time. It's just kind of.
Are you casting another spell?
At the notice of COIL, I am going to cast a minor illusion for a ball of yarn.
Okay. Okay. So, as you walk up, you see this golden ball of yarn just begin unrolling itself slowly, not making a noise, but somewhat rolling in a circle.
He just looks at it. He's like, it's a ball of yarn, but it's also shiny. I'm gonna attack it. He gets ready to try pouncing it. He even does the little calibrating butt wiggle that cats do, and then just tries pouncing towards it.
Okay. Go ahead and make a dexterity check.
If I'm correct, my dexterity is pretty good. That would be a 12.
Okay. I need to roll a d100.
Oh god, oh fuck, oh god, oh fuck. Coil fucking dies.
Maybe.
As you hop towards it, you touch it. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw. As you jump to it and touch it. What's your DC?
13.
Oh. 4.
DATH'TAN, you hear as you turn and you see a small turtle shell just lying right next to a ball of yarn.
Oh my god, what did I do?
What did you do?
I don't know what I did.
What did you do?
I don't know what I did. I casted minor
The ball of
illusion.
yarn is
There was
still
a ball
there.
of yarn, and then Coil attacked it, and now there's a turtle shell.
Well, dispel the ball of yarn.
It's
I'm not
very
gonna
strange,
do
Coil,
that.
that all of a sudden you're in darkness, but there's like light at the end of the tunnel. It's a little weird for you.
At this point is the point where at which have I seen this?
Go and make a perception check. I was figuring that you were getting yourself breakfast.
Aneth has large beads of sweat dripping down her temples.
Be
Dispel the yarn. I'm not
only an 8
getting
on
close to
perception,
that.
unfortunately.
You do not see this. You're in the midst of eating your breakfast and talking to Cadrid and Cathis.
Okay.
I dispel the ball of yarn.
You drop it. About 6 seconds pass before and Coil is just lying out face first onto the dirt where the ball of yarn should be.
I'm like,
You stay. Don't move there.
He's just
I
like
go up and I pick up the cat.
You're a little bit disoriented and now you are hoisted into the air.
Are you okay?
He's just wide-eyed, like, what just happened?
I'd like to formally apologize. I didn't think you were going to try to attack it.
You made the ball of yarn. This is a cat.
I'm not very bright now, am I?
Apparently not.
No. If I can't cast magic correctly, I mean... 2 + 2 is 5, right?
Mm-hmm. No, it is not.
So what
Coil's
say
still
you?
sitting there, just a little bit shocked while you're holding him kind of by the...
Well,
Okay.
I picked him up properly, not
Understood.
by his scruff.
By an ankle.
Yeah.
So, do you have a
That's a bit more
diagnosis? What do you think could possibly be happening?
You're just a bad spellcaster.
So bad, though, that I unknowingly changed this humanoid into a turtle. Not even a turtle, just a turtle.
Coil, how are you feeling?
Okay, now. That was really weird, though.
Let's set a ground rule: do not touch anything Aneth makes with her magic. Bottom line.
Okay.
And I just take a seat beneath the tree.
Okay, you walk over to the bow tree, kind of lie within the curvature.
Put Coil down and just go get breakfast.
Okay. He just slowly runs off. Or rather, runs off as fast as little legs can go. Sprinting.
Sobbing.
Sobbing. Nah.
Yeah, no, that last roll was interesting.
Mhm.
It went on a journey. Care.
Mhm.
As you were eating your breakfast, you realized that, and it's probably one of the things that distracted you from the situation you did not see, is that you did not pull your cards yet. And as you take out the dark deck and look at the red lining, and still find the interesting and complexity of each one of these very archaic beginning letters, some in languages you understand, others not so much. You pull the 2 cards, and as you pull them, which ones are they?
The first card I pull is 20, the end. The second card I pull is 16, the prisoner.
Okay. So, as you pull the first card, what others see is that you yourself are just looking at 2 cards, but your consciousness, in a familiar sense of what you are, at least once or twice has happened to you, is pulled into the card itself. The dark abyss into the picture of the malformed and ancient-looking crown as you stare into it. You see 3 different things. What look to be humanoid hands in a dark, dank cave. You hear the dripping and sounds of water. As you reach out, for goodness sakes. Okay, good. I edited those out of the playlist, so it's interesting that it's doing that. I'll have to double check.
Oh, I thought you were laughing because he said
Reach
dang.
forward. You take, and there's a small dark ring that you hold. It looks to be your hands, slightly wrapped in the sleeves of a coat. You see another. 2 sets of green hands. One larger, more calloused, the other thinner, slightly armored. One picks up what looks to be a dark glove, while the other a tome.
A tome?
A tome.
Okay.
Your vision quickly blinks back to you. The curiousness and the normal goes about the caravan already picking up around you, although slowly, due to the bit of the, once again, somber feel that has come across the caravan. So, anyone else doing anything? As you take your time casting, and you yourself find the interesting situation, but head out.
Maybe reading up on it, because I do have an extra book borrowed from somewhere, so.
Yes, you do.
My morning routine is more of consisting on trying to shoo off people until someone wakes me up with food.
Okay. As you are kind of tossing and turning, refusing to let dawn wake you up, and your persistence in attempting to fall asleep, you do take naps and fall asleep for a few minutes at a time to kind of jolt awake to some sort of noise. I'd like you to make a charisma save. Disadvantage, please.
At disadvantage?
At disadvantage, you heard me. I know.
Not how I wanted to start off the morning. That is a 17 and 18, so 24.
24? Okay. Okay.
Okay. As you lie down, you see lying in your armor next to you on the knapsack that you lie on, a same dull green pulse that you've seen before from the item you carry with you. And as you look at it, you feel that your eyes seem to glaze over, as this has happened once before, but you quickly blink and snap out of it, trying to focus, and you, in this moment, feel a little bit of panic, looking about to see if anyone noticed what just happened, which no one seems to, being light and low enough that there's nothing there.
With that, might as well just get up. There's no sleeping after that.
You sit up, begin to put on your armaments.
Once I'm fully dressed, just go out and actually go get food
Okay.
instead of waiting for someone to try to bring it to me.
You would approach and see that Care is putting away his deck of cards at this point and continuing with his breakfast. It's simple but nice. It looks to be somewhat dried bread with sausage and other assortments of meats.
When I have mine, I find COIL and I take out my mess kit and we share the utensils in that to eat it.
Sure thing.
Uh,
Coil seems a little bit frazzled as you approach him this morning.
by the way, Coil just runs up to him.
Okay.
Care. She made a ball of yarn and it turned me into a turtle. It's really cool.
Can I hear this?
You are about 60 feet away from the caravan to be where you were practicing, so if you followed him, I'd say yes, but if you're still out there...
I was gonna say, because I'm sitting there reading a book in silence, and
Okay,
I'm
if
guessing
you're-
he's kind of yelling.
Okay. Yeah, I would say you pick it up. because that's exactly within range. So you hear that.
I stand and I look. Do I see either of them?
You see him is like reaching his hands up in excitement to Care, who's kind of wide-eyed and one eyebrow cocked up as he's hearing
You
this.
see a mechanical head turn going from Care to Coil to where he came from, probably spotting you by the tree 60 feet away.
Oh shit.
I'm walking away at that point. So.
I
Okay.
walk.
Sorry, just stop recording.
Oh, no problem. Okay. Yeah, you are a lucky son of a gun. 18 and 17 at disadvantage.
Whoever's playing Nick apparently has the lucky feet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
I point a finger towards where I saw Aneth disappear too.
Care to explain?
She kind of pokes her head around the tree, sweating.
You see that she's in between that little crook that she had shoved herself into between the large stone and the tree behind
She is
it.
actively
yesterday
shaking. I was trying to explain to DATH'TAN how my magic works, and Coil kind of did his own thing.
You feel a shoulder on your hand, and she goes, "You know, we can just get her later." And you look and you see SAAKA looking down to you.
Coil?
I could probably rip the tree right out of the ground.
I don't
Seeing
doubt
SAAKA
it.
nearby.
No, she's okay, but don't hurt her, please.
Are you sure, little one?
She like
Now
shakes
he's
and starts walking
freaking
towards
out because he's like, oh god, oh fuck, they're gonna kill her.
I kneel down to one knee with like my umbrella, like using it as a,
You see
as
the
a
large
staff.
Low Half-Orc stands and stares over to you with an intimidating look in her eye.
Coil, what did I tell you about playing with magical effects you don't know about? To not. Don't play with the magical effects. This is the third time. Please, don't do it again.
He just looks down at the ground. Okay.
But put a hand on your shoulder when it's not leaning on the umbrella.
Now go eat your breakfast. You are still growing and you need it.
And you both kind of lead him back. Saaka's still looking to you two, walking away and looking out to the now hiding Satyr.
Well, Aneth is like slowly starting to come out, and she's like, I should probably go talk to them like face to face instead of through message. She begins kind of sulking her way back to the camp. Also kind of hungry.
Don't talk to me or my son ever again.
As you walk towards, you just see Saaka's just shake her head and begin walking back to get food herself.
When SAAKA turns away to where she can't see Aneth, Aneth kind of flexes at her, like, what are you gonna do about it? But she knows that if SAAKA saw that, she'd be dead.
As for the rest of you, the morning and day is still yours.
I want to. Do I see Maedra anywhere amongst the morning's gatherings?
She is around Lux's cart as the heads of the caravan have at this point dispersed and are doing their daily routine, waiting till nighttime to have the group discussion.
Anytime, like, there's a pause in their conversation, I would like to approach Maedra.
They have dispersed. They're
Okay.
just doing their own thing.
Okay. I'd like to approach her.
She herself has not eaten breakfast, but is just looking out amongst the group near one of the corners of the caravan.
May I have a moment of your time?
Of course. Go ahead.
I saw something in the cards.
Oh,
I do not see them often, but these I saw hands in a cave in the dark. There was running water. The other thing that worried me were humanoid hands, green, armored. One had a tome, a book of some sort. And seeing as none of ours, we have no two sets of green among us, we are going to encounter them.
You see her eyes kind of dart over to the green tiefling and the green half-orc.
Oh, there's a green tiefling. Oh, you're green? I did not know this.
Yeah, I'm dark green.
Okay.
And she goes,
That
what
goes-
a mystery.
Okay, I would have said that a little differently had I known that.
Sure.
A dark
Okay.
green tiefling. Well then.
Are you wearing armor?
Yeah.
Leather armor.
He's got reasons.
I'm wearing-
And there's
Leather
like a mix
armor.
of somewhat fingerless and fingered gloves.
So in that case, did I recognize that armor in my...
Indeed, you did.
Okay. In that case, I don't think I would have approached Major at all.
Okay.
This is for me and me alone.
You realize that you're still looking at a card that you had picked out this morning.
So that's what the prisoner is. Okay.
You're staring. Yeah.
Okay.
Interesting.
I'll keep that for just a moment.
Rip.
Alright.
Well then.
Red one. I'm green. Whatever.
I'm colorblind.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Yeah, actually, are we moving for the day? Are we staying here, or what's...
You're staying still at least for the night. You figure that the conversation that is to be had, they're probably waiting one more night before heading out.
Okay. And then I guess... Whenever we get a chance, sometime during the day...
What is the nature of your magic?
You're just approaching ANETH then.
And at some point during the day...
Where would you be at this point? I would say an hour or so has passed.
Yeah, it's about mid-morning,
Mhm.
early afternoon. I would probably be sitting near where the fire pit was, just like enjoying a book or something.
You
maybe
sit
enjoying
down.
a meal.
You see that, for the most part, Kothet and Kathis don't really leave this area. They go back to their wagon and back here to either begin cooking the next meal or even meditating sometimes. The split humanoid sitting there in a deep concentration. As you sit down, you see the thick green brush that will sometimes curl over, and you see the black and dark burns that some of the edges of this grass has taken, even though they dug it out pretty well. The stone, coal, and kindling that has been laid onto it to either make the next fire or keep it going as it sits there, and the pot that is being hung over the 3 sticks set up that they have overhanging it. As you sit there and you are either reading the book or thinking to yourself, the Yuan-Ti male approaches you.
You are not in trouble.
Thank goodness, because it sure did look like it.
I worry about him is all.
No, I respect that, as I would if I was caring for a child.
I am curious, however. What is the nature of your magic that you cannot control it?
It's more of I never learned how to. I learned to cast, not to control. And so when I do, if I am not in the right headspace, sometimes things go wrong. As it did. I casted a harmless spell, and then it was made contact with after I was getting frustrated. And that's probably where it went wrong. Most of the time, if I cast and I'm not in a bad space, bad things don't happen. And they usually last the duration of whatever I'm casting, but sometimes it gets bad.
Make a history check here.
What is that? 10? That's 10. So that is 16.
16. This is never something that you've heard of. You have heard of different things being added to different type of casters or elements and spins being put on it. You've never heard of emotions affecting that of the spell itself.
Who taught you how to cast your spells?
Myself and my father, before I was separated from them.
I see. I am no expert, but I was taken under the wing of another mage when I was young. And if we are going to be traveling, I would rather not be in harm's way by a unfortunate mishap.
I respect that, yes.
If you require guidance, I can at least give you a few bits of knowledge.
I'd appreciate that, yes.
That is assuming your magic is compatible with what I've been taught. Because
Perhaps.
So you spend the next few hours speaking of the arcane tricks that you have learned and have been taught the basics, and you doing your best to gather what is being told.
I know out of character this will probably not actually be helpful to what she is, but in regards to in character,
Of course. As the conversation wraps up, you do feel the same sort of sensation, almost the need to check the cards again. As you pull and look at them, you notice that these archaic words on the backside beginning to show and ring, begin forming words in Abyssal, a language you understand.
yes.
Over time, beginning to look, it looks like they are the beginnings of the runes to draw for a spell. Several.
I immediately take out my notebook and try and write down the runes I see and try and copy
Make an
them.
intelligence check.
I invoke the end
Okay.
for a 14.
Okay. So you may swap out on a long rest
Okay.
the spells you have for Identify or Mage Armor.
So should I add those to the card list
Yes.
separate from my own?
Mhm.
Okay.
That takes you several minutes and scurrying, panicked writing laters, but you gather. By the end of it, you look and there are 2 complete spells in your fever of writing.
Interesting.
And do I know? I have a general idea of their application. I know these spells.
You have seen your master formally use these.
At some point later in the day, oh, never mind. He has gotten rid of that. I take out the cross that I received from Lux, and I sit beside the cliff, maybe somewhere like not far from the horses,
small
and sit
stone.
in silence and cast Identify as a ritual upon it.
As you take time, it is a stone of minor illusion,
Mhm.
the one that you've gotten.
Mhm.
It allows you to cast minor illusion once for short or long rest,
Mhm.
but you feel this knowledge come to you instead of having to figure or work your way out. As you take the time in the 10 minutes, drawing about the rune on the ground and have it pulse over the stone, it's almost as if a blank set of words fills your mind, this knowledge that pours into it.
Well, that's also interesting that I can't tell anyone about. Alright. I take this knowledge and I go on the rest of my day pretending as if nothing has happened.
You can switch them out per long rest. Keep that in mind.
Sure thing. And I imagine I have neither of them prepared at this moment.
No, I allowed you to do it for the sake of.
It's a virtual spell. I can cast.
Yeah.
Yep.
But there you go.
Okay. Very interesting. And how many? I can have one of the two prepared between long rests. Yeah.
You can switch them out as you wish per long rest if you wish, but the max amount of spells you know needs to stay the same.
Oh.
So for you wanted, you could switch out both your first levels for those two first levels.
Okay.
But the amount of first levels you know for the day should stay the same.
Okay. Figured that out later.
Yep.
All right. I'm done.
Sure thing. Sitting out on the cliff edge, you kind of have these notes and are pinning them with rocks and stones nearby so none of them fly off over the cliff edge as you're writing. So, anyone else?
I finished all my business for the day.
Okay.
Pretty satisfied.
It's still pretty early in the morning. There isn't anything planned for a while, right?
Yeah. You may do as you wish.
I'm gonna go check on some of the people in the carts who are still grieving over the loss of their friend. I'm gonna try and check up on them, see if they're doing okay.
Sure. As you walk up, you see the same dwarven woman that you actually saw playing with Kramer beforehand. The red, frizzled hair in a bun. She herself is kind of sitting alone up against one of the wheels of the wagon. Dried tear stains still marking her face as she sits there, her multiple freckles, and her brown shirt that seems a little bit torn at certain places, but well, still put together and freshly stitched up. She kind of looks to you and goes, "Oh, hi there. How can I help you, little one?"
Are you okay?
She kind of lightly smiles, her eyes giving a sort of sad but trying to be honest look to you as she goes, "I'll be fine, little one. Don't worry about me."
Okay. He can easily tell at this point that something is up, which the reason why is obvious. So he just goes, "Is there anything I can do to help?"
You see that she smiles and gives you a bit more of a look of, you can tell that although she appreciates it, she knows you're a child, and there's not much you can do in this moment. As she kind of looks to you, you can keep a smile on your face for me. I'm sure that'll help.
Okay.
Thank you.
He gives a smile and then walks off.
You see a small grin still on her face as she kind of sniffs to herself, but
Who else would be nearby?
people-wise,
Mm.
you notice SAAKA is kind of on the 3 caravan set. She's on the back side. She's right next to the 3rd wagon and is staring out, her sword planted next to her. She's staring out to the cliffside, but not on it. She's still within the line of the back 3 wagons.
I walk up to her and try to reach up to tap on her shoulder, flinching a little bit afterwards, hoping to get a rock thrown at me.
You could not reach SAAKA's shoulder.
Yeah.
You walk up, and although
baby.
she's a shorter half-orc, you still come up to maybe about a little over half her height.
I sort of realized that. oh hey, I'm way too short to reach this, so I just try tapping on her forearm. Or like upper arm.
Her arms are crossed, and you do see the cloak, so you give that a slight tug, and her eyes just dart over to you. Yes?
I just wanted to see how everyone was doing.
Oh, are you worried about me?
I'm just checking up on everyone. I'm sorry.
It's not like I knew them, but I appreciate it. I would ask how you're doing.
I'm doing okay.
Sure.
He sort of realizes that I'm probably not going to be able to do much because otherwise she's going to kill me. No, he gives her a little smile and then walks off afterwards.
She watches you leave and goes back to kind of looking over to Care, who's on the cliffside writing, and back out towards the ocean.
Before I leave, I ask, are you still mad at ANETH? She didn't mean it.
She looks back and she goes, I'm not mad at anyone.
Okay.
Not yet. She just looks back out.
He then walks over to Care just to see what he's doing.
You walk out of the caravan line. The 10, 12 feet to the cliffside is not far at all, but you have to shimmy yourself a bit to the left along the cliff line to get to Care.
So you see Care as many times before, deep in study and thought, with a bunch of notes scrawled out around him, rocks holding them down to keep them from flying away in the wind. On the center of this maze of papers is the magical item that Lux had gifted them before. He notices your approach and nods towards you, but doesn't stop from his movements going from paper to paper while he's in the middle of this ritual.
What are you doing?
How much interaction can I have with him would this be probably post-ritual, right?
This is post your
Okay.
ritual, so this is much more of taking note of what you have discovered.
Yep.
I just had a insight into something I did not have before. Don't let it concern you.
Would COIL, would Care have told COIL very much about the cards and how they work? Or
That's between you two.
I would have told you that we're here looking for something, looking for knowledge on these items that my master gave to me upon his 34 years ago.
Okay.
Long
So
before you were born, I received these.
so would he not know very much about the cards?
You know very little, just as much, pretty much like I do. We both know very little about these. Maybe at some point or other, the long, tired night of research, I would have half exhausted explained to you why they're so frustrating to me, and that I see things in them but don't exactly know what I'm finding and why I can't get them to appear to me consistently.
Okay. I sort of look up to Care and I say, is it the cards? I point to wherever he would normally keep them.
So the cards are currently in his jacket now.
Yes. They've revealed magic to me that I did not have prior.
That's cool.
It is a breakthrough that I have not had before. And I do not know what caused it, but these recent events once. The chaos. It cannot be a coincidence. Something is happening, and I must find out what. I must learn. Care. Take care. If you see a tome, a book that you do not recognize in the hands of SAAKA or Dath, tell me immediately.
Okay.
Or if you see a ring.
He's trying to keep like a mental note to himself, like tome, ring. Either SAAKA or DATH'TAN has it, so on and so forth.
It is very important that we find it.
I'll keep looking.
Thank you. I will have kindness follow you.
Okay.
I'm going to take a moment. I think last time she was a quipper, but like last night assisting them. I don't recall if I
She
ever
was a
changed-
quipper.
I don't recall if I ever changed her back.
You did.
You did.
Okay.
As soon as she got, as soon as you started going up the.
Yeah, you
wall,
said no
changed
longer
her.
will I want my familiar to be a fish. So
Yeah.
you changed it back.
And I take kindness out of the cloak, putting her back into the reality.
Kindness. Go with COIL and keep watch.
She slowly slithers on the ground and begins following your small Tabaxi companion.
After that, he walks off and sort of just wanders around for a little bit. I can't think of anything else that I'm
Okay.
going to do.
I got something.
Sure thing.
So, are my gauntlets, is there anything?
I believe that you had some gold pouches within them.
So, yeah. So I have my gold pouch.
Mhm.
I'm going to. I'm still out in the tree line in the forest area.
Like I said, there is no like
Yeah,
large
yeah, yeah.
forest around you. There's just
the
trees
tree area,
and boulders
yeah.
smattered about. Yeah, you are. There are small clumps of trees like the one where you found Derek's body, which you may go into in one of those areas if you wish. But
Yes. Kind of walk to where, like I'm out of sight line from the caravan.
Okay. So you walk and you see another grouping of about 4 trees making a small square-like area. You walk into it. There is no bushes or anything to really like hide yourself, but it's a bit more hidden away than anything else. There's a small clearing in the midst of it. The perfect amount of light just pours in, making a almost spotlight-like area.
Reach out my arm and I take out my gold pouch that's inside of my gauntlet.
You reach into one of the small pockets in your gauntlet and pull it out.
I quickly go back over and count how much I have, and then put it back in.
Count it up. It's a decent amount, but nothing crazy.
Mm-hmm.
And you file it back into your glove as it disappears.
Alright, let's see if we can cheer up some of the rushes here. And I go find Kel.
As you're walking about, just relaxing for most of the day, as you believe you've earned it, you see DATH'TAN approach you and enter the caravan. A little bit of a quickness to a step.
What's with the pace?
Well, these people did just lose 2 of their friends.
One of them I don't think was much of a friend.
One of them. Just,
So what's your plan?
I thought we could maybe try to cheer them up. As in we, I mean you.
That makes sense.
Because I'm not doing the second part of it, but I can at least try to assist you.
Oh no, if you're gonna make me do something, you're doing ballet.
I'll blade juggle.
You kind of look to him and think.
Would you be willing to put it to a coin flip?
A coin for what?
Heads you do ballet, tails you blade juggle.
I hate you. Flip the coin.
Tails and heads. Yeah, you're blade juggling.
I guess I have blade juggle.
Man, so close.
You're not gonna get me to do ballet.
One day.
Nah,
It'll be
you know I
hilarious.
can't dance.
That's the point.
You suck. Let's go find a crate.
Okay, and then I guess head out and find a crate to stand on, or just something to slightly elevate me.
Okay. It's a little bit difficult just to find a crate, as even these wagons don't really carry much in the ways of those. There are smaller crates to hold and supply food that is to be cooked or saved, but none that are gigantic. But you do end up finding one in CAEDRIK's wagon, the twins allowing you to take it, and you step up very lightly onto it. And people do already notice, and some of the work hands kind of look to you as they go about continuing to do anything that they can do to keep themselves busy.
I also go up to ANETH and go, do you have any more knives that I can borrow?
Let me check. It's a very strong question. Why?
Just no reason. You'll find out soon enough.
Yes, I have a singular dagger.
I will.
Please
You will
return
get this.
it.
You will get this back.
Thank you.
It might have blood on it. I don't know.
Okay.
I need to go find more knives.
Okay.
I'll go up to the Karen COIL. Do any of you have knives?
I pull out a dagger from my pocket and hand it to him.
Why does the child have a knife? Do you have a knife?
I have one in the mess kit. Why would you need it for?
You will find out soon enough. I just need like a dagger or a knife.
I open up the mess kit and hand him like it's a kitchen knife.
Not this one.
It's a butter
And I
knife.
hand it back.
Okay.
You ask for knives, beggars can't be choosers.
Yeah, but... And so I now have about 3 knives.
I imagine Lux.
And a coat.
might
And a
have
coat.
Try juggling that too.
Not the goulash.
Do it, you won't.
You know what? Just out of curiosity, I will also go up towards the Lux.
Lux, who's been in his wagon, just you see that he's kind of counting and taking inventory of all his things for what looks to be the umpteenth time.
I knock on the side of it.
Hmm?
Hey, out of curiosity, can I borrow a few knives? Or do you have any?
I actually have one, yes.
Can I borrow it? You'll get it back.
I believe you. He kind of walks up, and you see that he shifts part of
As
the
I might
cloth
pull
up to the
forward.
front, and he's looking around in this the rider's seat as he takes a small dagger from what looks to be a satchel up front, walks back, and gives you the butt end, holding onto the blade delicately, letting go.
Thank you.
No problem.
And-
What is happening?
You will find out.
Sure.
That's not the best thing to say to him.
This is the
Um,
only thing to say.
congrats, fellas. I'm gonna go try to find Care. I realize something that I don't have.
Are you still on the cliffside, or at this point would you have headed back to the caravan?
I would say I'm on the cliffside. There's
Okay. Just sitting out there looking out to the ocean. The waves a bit choppy today as you do once again hear footsteps approach, heavier than your normal small Tabaxi friend. Look over to see the purple tiefling.
Hey, I know we don't know each other all that well, but that item that Lux gave you that allows you to cast minor illusion, would it be too much of a bother if I borrow it for like 10, 15 minutes?
I have no qualms with you borrowing it, but it does make me curious as to what for. Is this about your friend borrowing knives?
Oh,
Because that
sorry.
does paint a very interesting picture.
Casting minor illusion, just stabbing people.
Could you please explain to me what a pair of nice young folk like you would want with a bunch of knives and a magical item?
Nice is questionable, young, definitely. Just a quick, harmless show. Boosts spirits and morale.
Be my guest.
open long coat, grab it, pass it to him.
Okay.
You are not putting on a fee for this show like last time, are you?
No. Not this time.
I would hate for us to be in bad tastes with Lux, that is, if they found you out. There are sharper eyes than mine.
Okay. Besides too many people and too self-focused right now. Okay, so head back to where I was gonna stand to sort of gather everyone's attention. And what to do?
Well, I mean, you're the main focus. You gotta think of something.
It was interesting as the people gave you some strange faces. You stood up on a small crate and then stood off the small crate and then approached the wizard.
So I'm holding like a ton of knives too.
And yeah, now you're kind of within your arms and hands holding several knives. People are giving a strange look as the purple tiefling takes to the crate again.
This time, you start. I'll improvise.
You have to announce the show, though. I'll be.
Not this time.
I hate you. No, I really hate you. Alright. Kick him off the crate. Stand up.
Dramatic fall.
Dramatic fall. Whack. Alright.
D6 fall.
Alright, so... We thought that since you have lost a few of your companions, we might as well entertain you. Or at least attempt.
Many
At
of
least
the
attempts.
haggard and tired folk look to you very sharply a bit cock their head, and you see Lux's head poke out of the wagon and look to you.
I'm also holding like 4 knives.
Wide-eyed and his mouth open.
Pardonnez-moi, what the fuck?
And it slowly and quietly closes her book, and she's like, "Don't fuck this up, you guys."
You hear a
That's his fight.
small roaring laughter from SAAKA in the corner of the wagon caravan.
Kara has a small grin on his face. Is like, you fucked up.
This is why that one normally starts it.
It's funnier this way.
It is, isn't it? So, I have all these knives. I'm also stupid. So, let's go. And I start attempting to start juggling them.
Make a performance.
Gladly.
Wait. Can I cast Bardic Inspiration? Or do
It's
Bardic
not a
Inspiration?
cast. It's,
It's
yeah.
just-
What are you gonna do?
I'm gonna start playing like accompanying music with my mandolin.
Okay. Well, now there's friggin' a reason to use the happy-go-lucky music. Give me a moment. Okay,
Natural
yeah. So
16.
performance.
Natural
check.
16? Okay.
Add a
And
1d6.
you'll also get a.
And a 1d6.
Yeah. Hey, bars, man.
So, natural what? 16? So that's... Performance... Ooh, okay. So
I don't have that, but that would have been funny too.
21.
Stabs himself.
24.
It's interesting that you are good at it. And there is semblance of skill as you are juggling several knives in the air and begin kind of hopping on one foot and then the other. However, with the phrase you uttered before doing it, there's mixed words as there is some music in the back to accompany it, but besides that, it's just kind of you juggling daggers quite expertly, though, as you are catching and tossing them into the air in several different arrays and patterns to make it a bit more interesting. It's like you're trying to brush off the awkwardness of the beginning part, and it's a bit difficult.
Alright,
You
so
joining in, or do I need to up the ante?
Let's see how far you'll push it before I need
Blood
to
malediction. Someone goes blind.
Alright. Let's spice it up a bit, and I will purposely catch one wrong and cut myself and
Okay.
activate my Rite of the Storm.
Go ahead and you take your damage.
That is my 2 points of damage.
As you cut across your hand with one of them, some people kind of look to you with a strange, did he just cut himself as he injured, and then one of them begins to light, and as it tosses into the air, it goes out as it left your hand.
Yep.
But you juggle it, but there are just this quick spark and flash of light that comes to it, and you do see that some of them do seem a bit more enthralled, but it's just more of like, that was kind of impressive. Once again, without really anything accompanying it, it is just watching someone juggle after saying he will entertain them.
Okay.
Now it's your turn, and I will keep juggling.
Okay.
So, using the
Try to step off,
using the object
but keep
to cast
juggling.
minor illusion, just two tiny dragons sort of circling him, like almost like an atom, just keeping the same distance, but almost like they're playing a game of tag.
Yeah. Okay, so any sort of coloration or thing to flash it
I'll
up?
do. Let's do one as. Let's do one as a white dragon, and then one is like almost like an electric blue.
Okay. So as you spawn them at his feet, these two long, almost worm snake-like bodies begin to form at your feet and slowly swirl around each other, beginning to chase and catch and try to grab on and bite at each one's tail. And as they do, they begin trying to flee from the other, encircling you slowly, either rising up and down. These two different colored ones, one that has like these almost antler-like horns growing out of it, the other that seems to have a blue dragon's growth spike from its head. As electrical energy crackles from it, they both chase around each other quickly, and in this array of dancing lights towards one another as you yourself kind of, you know what's happening so you don't freak out, but others do begin to become a bit more enthralled as they dance in between the blades, dodging the knives in between to make it look way more impressive than anything else. You see that many different people are now kind of looking and being caught attention. You feel like overall that as this is going on that there isn't any sort of sense of joy, but just very
I'm just being an idiot.
yeah, something to distract in the second.
Yeah.
You do it and you realize just how awkward it is to be the one up here and not amongst the crowd pickpocketing them.
Anything else?
Care for a bright light.
Why not?
Okay, so
Guiding bolt.
No.
What?
Sorry.
to put
Dathan
myself
fucking dies.
to put myself not at harm, I'm gonna cast Invoke Duplicity,
Okay.
move my copy up and wait for the largest blade that he has in his juggle and wait to cast lights on it.
Okay. So as you stand there, this is probably one of the more impressive parts of the show that happened this day. As you stand there and begin to concentrate, you begin to... Sorry, everyone. You begin to call upon Reyna and her abilities as stepping down from this crate that you are on is an exact replica of you. As it steps down with a smile and a slight bow, it begins to walk over to DATH'TAN and then just kind of sits there waiting, kind of like being a hype man to the juggling that's going on right now. And then as one of the larger daggers comes, it touches the blade and casts lights. And from it, multi-ray of different colored lights just begins to shine off of each blade. The small spark and toss from the lightning dagger was impressive, but now it's just this almost disco ball of circling lights as you are continuing your still very impressive and quick hand motions to keep this sleight of hand going. As you are tossing daggers into the air and catching them and beginning to toss them back up in a very quick pace at this point, as you're almost challenging yourself to quicken as you go. Even like spinning some back, catching it behind you and tossing it back up while trying to balance the circle with one hand at a time. It is an impressive feat.
Can you keep it up?
I can try. Yeah.
At this point, people are like sitting around and watching, a bit more of a grin. A few of them still seem to have a sour expression looking at you. You do see Lux is kind of standing outside his wagon, however, looking at you, and a bit of a smile across his face. You see SAAKA has just gone to looking back out to the cliff. And OLMAGTE, you may be a statue.
He may be asleep, we don't know.
You continue this on for a little bit of time until... how long does lights last?
Light lasts an hour.
Okay.
So
There's a
Hopefully that wasn't in like
screen dampened, so.
Hopefully that wasn't in the middle of like a description or something.
no,
No.
it wasn't.
No.
That was we left off just basically right when he hit space.
Continuing on.
Yep.
Okay. So how long are you doing? Life lasts an hour. Are you going to do this for a full hour?
No, definitely not.
For the remainder of Invoke Duplicity, I'm going to use my copy just to try to sort of mess with him, like cover his eyes from behind or other things like that.
Make another performance check.
Can't help you, son.
Goes through his eye.
9.
9. As you're tossing, you're really getting into it, and then suddenly fingers are covering your eyes, and you're like move through to try to push through the illusion, and as you do, your hand outstretched, a dagger sinks through your hand. You take 4 points of piercing damage,
How dead is he?
and you do hear a bit of laughter kind of ring through as you as the others fall around you, and there's a dagger through your hand by a few inches.
Well, at least if there's another.
No,
murder,
it does
we
the
know what
Robin
it
Hood
is.
thing in another.
Can I
dagger
recognize
just
whose
goes through
dagger
it.
this is?
It's yours.
Oh, it's my own dagger.
Yeah.
Stop stabbing yourself. I'm gonna quickly walk behind the caravan and cast Disguise Self. Or at least a wagon. Cast Disguise Self.
As the wagon.
Quickly breaking the concentration of most of the people there.
I'm just staring at it, not even doing anything. I'm just like,
Most people kind of see it and either give a wide-eyed expression or look away quickly, not wanting to see blood or any sort of injury. There's an immediate pause and stop to what entertainment was given, and it's what started out awkward ended out awkward, as there's just silence amongst the entire group caravan here.
yep.
Aneth begins to applaud. She
Coil
stands
does as
from her
well.
seat, kind of softly clapping, like.
You see that some of the people around who do not join in on the clapping give a small smile and nod and kind of go back to what they do. The others just
I
still paying you
tried.
no mind.
As I thus then take out the knife from my hand.
It hurts. Lux kind of walks up to you with clean hand wrap and puts it away and just clasps onto the other side of your hand and casts Cure Wounds.
Thanks.
Don't even mention it. You heal 9. As you feel this very radiant, warm, almost heated glow, this deep red, almost small fire seeming to seal over each side of your hand.
Thank you. And I reach down and pick up his knife and hand it back to him.
Thank you. You see, he puts it through his belt.
Pick up the other 2 knives and go.
Well, as messed up as that was to watch, I still
That
appreciate
was
the effort.
It's what me and KELSION would do back at home. So, that's slightly different.
Insult the dead and then do an entertainment show.
Different than that. Better than that.
I would hope so.
He normally starts it.
Ah, I can see why.
Yeah.
Good. He looks over to you and he goes, "Quite the trick you have there."
It's helpful for when I need it.
I would suggest being careful once we enter town. Apparently guards have arrived in Krolduk, if we are to assume anything.
Yeah, out here it seems free cast, but I do know there's going to be a lot more eyes in the city.
Sure.
And then if he's done talking, I'm going to move back over to Karen and give him back the item.
I appreciate it.
I also go over and get back the knife
Display
to COIL.
was
He
interesting.
puts it back in his pocket, but he's gonna if it's cool with you, he's gonna try to do some damage control and try climbing onto the crate, and
See
even
Kata
though
and Kathis are walking up to try and grab it and see you kind of get on, so both of them just kind of sit there and clasp on to each other's hands and watch.
he tries to climb up, but he's way too short.
The crate is actually quite small. It's easy for you to
Okay.
pull yourself
He's-
up to it.
-2 to strength. No, he climbs up onto there and pulls out his mandolin and begins playing, just trying to do the best he can.
Okay. Roll performance check yourself.
Does a little dance as well. That would be a 25.
Good.
Dang.
All right.
So as you begin playing and dancing about, people take to the small, cute Tabaxi boy a bit better than the 2 tiefling males. And you do see that, along with the dwarven woman that you had spoken to earlier, a few of the work hands crowd around you and watch and kind of clap in tune with what you're playing. It's a sweet, nice little melody you're doing.
I kind of give DATH'TAN a nudge on the shoulder and I'm like, that's how you entertain. Juggling knives is not entertaining.
Getting stabbed through the hand?
Not entertaining either. You know what is entertaining? A child with a mandolin half his size. Maybe twice his size. Am I wrong? Am I incorrect?
I'm at the trees, and I walk back to the tree line.
So he plays a couple songs and then just jumps off the crate. Thank you. Afterwards.
Many of the people giving you a small applause as you do, enjoying and appreciating what you had done to help brighten the mood in the day, which you did successfully. You yourself not doing bad, but giving a
knife go through my hand.
an overall somewhat mediocre effective when it came to your attempt. At this point, Lux kind of looks about you all as you're all scattered and looks to you, Care, and begins to approach as you're watching. Are you at this point at least closer to the caravan or was watching from afar?
Once COIL started playing, I probably would have moved closer just to watch him play.
Okay, so as you're kind of watching, leaning against one of the wagons, he approaches you and he goes, "So, do you have any plans for tonight?"
I imagine the normal guard setup, but as for anything more complicated than that, not really. I am not their leader.
Ah, well,
If they've got a plan, they have not told me of it.
he kind of nods his head and he goes, "Well, as long as you're going to be watching over us, then I feel like we'll be fine. You did well."
I appreciate that. And your confidence.
You seemed a little quiet today.
There's been a lot to think about the last few days. Learning new things all the time in a place I've never been before. You know how traveling is.
Indeed I do.
Trying to gauge if he's subtly hinting that he knows more than he lets on, or if he's genuinely curious.
Make an insight check.
15.
15. He is genuinely curious, but you feel that he is gauging you as equally as you are gauging him in this moment.
In that case, I'm going to try and put on the airs of someone who is genuine about his interest in actually learning of what's going on here and actually interested in the protection of this caravan, but try not to indicate anything deeper than that. Because he did speak all truths and that he is still learning things.
Mm-hmm. He kind of looks to you as you are kind of looking at him, and you see that you kind of match each other's eyes, and he smiles and goes, "I see we're both pretty good at this."
I lived a long time.
I've
You picked up on it faster than I think.
different ways of life will lead to different skills growing stronger quickly. You yourself seem very intuitive. I came over here because it just feels like you don't trust me.
I think it would be weird to trust anyone they've met only in the past few weeks, as it is with all these and with yourself. I suspect no foul play. I am do not expect any problems. If I am not emotionally available to you, that is an indication of my own problems, and not yours.
You see, he gives a small chuckle, and he goes, I was more thinking of the fact that I do not believe we are friends, do not get me wrong. But I did just meet you 2 days ago and expect you to keep us safe.
Yes.
Which I believe that trust is warranted. Yet I can't help believe that between the scary half-orc and yourself, that I'm under suspect. I was just trying to get a feel as to why.
I'll lean forward, lean on the umbrella, a little bit of tired old man look.
I will tell you the truth in that when we found Derek's body, I did suspect you, maybe a little. I don't believe that anymore.
What do you believe?
We've already found that Kramer has an unfortunate trait. You did genuinely believe in finding Kramer's killer.
No, sorry.
Derek's killer.
I got what you meant.
I'm in a
You
mood
see
of
that he
mystery, Kramer.
himself leans against it and he goes, can I tell you something and be honest?
Absolutely.
I think we have multiple culprits. I was down on that cliff. I saw the body. The difference between Derek's wounds and Melric's were different, which is obvious considering their types of death. But if what I know of Rala is to be correct, there's no way Kramer could have pulled off that sort of stealth kill. Not on Derek.
Do you believe this other suspect is one of ours or something else? I would think that it was the displacer beasts who killed Derek.
It could be. But if, when I was speaking to Maedra, if her visions are wrong, and normally they are not, there is something else out there.
And you told specifically me to what end?
If I'm being honest, plant some seeds. See what comes to fruition.
I see.
I admitted it upon our first meeting that I can be a bit of a con man. And I feel like whenever you're trying to make fast friends, there should be that sort of honesty. I don't think you're going to sell me out to any guards any day soon. And I feel like this could perhaps go well for me, or badly for me. And there's the time to find out soon, I bet.
Indeed. Well, your success is in my best interests.
Shall see if that's true. He reaches out and he goes, "Two gentlemen," as he reaches his hand out to you to shake your hand. He gives a half-cocked smile and he tilts his head to you.
Leaning on the umbrella as a cane, leaning forward, I put out my right hand and shake it feebly.
He gives you a strong, warm handshake. And he goes, "Have a good day, Cat."
To you as well, Lux.
He turns on his heel and begins walking through the caravan towards his wagon.
May fate be on your side.
Okay. So, what are you all doing as night begins to slowly come?
We need to gather as a group and discuss watch for this evening.
Okay, so the group gathers. CAEDRIK, who's kind of been off to himself, kind of walks over and he goes, "Hey, what up?"
We should probably gather us and see what we are doing for this evening in regards to the night watch.
SAAKA, who's just a few feet off, goes, "Are we not just doing the same thing?"
Yep.
Welcome back. We had a little bit of difficulty. We're back in it though. So, night had begun to set. You were all discussing what the plan was for the night to come. Hopping back in, SAAKA was asking, why aren't we just doing the same thing?
We may want to increase the number of people on watches. Have each of us take a turn this night.
All right. And who wants to do that? 3 of you then. Fine by me. I suggest that at least one of us stays here and watches the group as they do their discussion tonight. At least keep an eye out.
Sounds good.
Who wants to do that? She kind of looks around.
I can have kindness watch them.
I can stay up. It's no problem.
I'm willing to take part of a watch. Or one watch. As long as I get my rest tonight.
Sure. I'll stay up with you then. Can you actually manage to stay awake? Because I'm going to be honest, I'm kind of doubting you.
I stay awake if I need to. I'll sleep tomorrow.
All right. Shall we then?
Indeed.
We shall.
As some of you begin to set yourselves into the same position, some hiding behind a rock near the bow tree, others hanging a bit far off to the right, and some of you staying within the caravan, keeping an eye as night slowly falls. Lux, along with Maedra and the others, Rala kind of sheepishly in the back with Kramer. He goes, "Everyone, if you could gather, please." And people begin to collect. You set yourselves in the same locations. Night falls and you begin to steel yourselves once again for yet another long night. I'd like for those of you that are outside the caravan, keeping an eye out, to roll perception checks.
Who all exactly would that include?
It depends who would want to be out there.
I'll do it.
So you out there, Aneth is out there.
I'll be out there then.
Okay.
Within line of sight of COIL.
Sure thing.
Oh, so,
It's a bubble.
there would be a 9.
Just so I know, where would you all be positioned?
In the same spot I was yesterday.
So in between that small crack of the tree and the stone. Are you back up climbing the tree? So you're up at the tree. And where would you be out here?
Where I was when OLMAGTE speared the
Okay, so you're just at the caravan line.
still at the caravan line, but able to see that entire field and see COIL in the tree.
Yeah. 60 feet out, you see him. Well, he's actually closer. Yeah, about the same distance as yesterday. So 60 feet out, you see him kind of up there, kind of like Rafiki, kind of bouncing up and down on the small little curve of the top of the tree. Okay, and the 2 tieflings?
Inside the caravan where I can see the most amount of people.
On the opposite. On the opposite side of him.
Okay, so are you would kind of be near the back end?
Most likely.
Okay, so you're in the back end, you're kind of up on front. So in between the 2 that are up front on the line, he's kind of, Care is off to the left, so I'm assuming you're taking the right.
Yeah.
Kind of facing opposite directions to keep track. You're watching the front end of the group while KELSION's watching the back end. SAAKA is in one of the opposite spaces of you within the back 3 lining the cliff. Can I get perception checks once again? And for you two, you can go ahead and make perception checks yourself.
13.
SAAKA, I believe, has a 0, but I'll roll for her. 13.
9.
9. Okay. You
11. I'm also going to have kindness go underneath the wagon closest to DATH'TAN, watching the crowd, and I tell her to give me a play-by-play of what's going on.
Okay, you two.
21 total.
20 total.
Okay. Nice. And for kindness?
10.
10. Okay. So everyone keeping eyes out. The tieflings seeming the sharpest out of the entire group. Everyone else looking around. You yourself, Coil, still being a child, and for the second night attempting to stay up late. Find it hard to pay attention as you're more struggling to stay awake. ANETH, you yourself, within the position, you're pretty well stealthed, but it's hard to see much of anything besides like these two narrow straights within this V-like cut into the stone as you're peeking out either side of the tree. Carry you yourself kind of pulling yourself into kindness and back out to monitor a bit better. Find it difficult to man your post as well as you could, but are at least hitting 2 points. As for you, you look about. Nothing seems to be out of character, out of place. The main heads of the caravan now stand around one side of the fire while the work hands sit or stand around the other side. Conversations have already begun, with Lux beginning. There has been an update with the recent passings, and we believe, as we had talked about it, that this is a family matter, and already you begin to hear murmurings. It is about this point. What is your armor class, KELSION?
I almost want to say not high enough because I don't like where this is going. 19.
It isn't exactly 19 to hit when I re-rolled it.
Kelsian dies.
As you stand there, kind of looking, waiting for anything to happen, you feel a presence. A form standing and staring at the cliffside, just 10, 12 feet away from you. You begin to turn quickly when suddenly you're hit. Your body struck in the back with a white, threaded, sticking substance. It envelops most of your body and arm and pulls you just out of sight into the shade of the darkness of the night. Your arm, leg, and even part of your face being caught up and stuck with a dense web. Not knowing what to do, you look back, your eyes straining as you're on the ground at this point, to see a tall, dark-dressed figure smile. A set of 6 eyes staring, looking at you.
I ain't dealing with no spiders!
Glowing. All of a sudden, you're yanked while you're on the ground, being pulled, the air being almost knocked out of you as you begin to go. You try to open your mouth to yell, but the webbing and face is almost leaking into your mouth. You feel this body shift closer, and you watch 4 pale, long, and strong arms, contorted and twisted, jittering in different and quick-sounding snaps as they move closer. The hand, large, and the nail is digging into the ground, but barely making any sort of print into them.
I need a rake. Has anybody seen a big break out here?
Mm-mm.
You can see this hurting.
No, it's going.
Today is not our day.
No, it is not.
We'll work through it. Okay. You notice that as these hands are not making a mark on the ground, you begin to feel breath rising slowly up your body, until the pairs upon pairs of yellow eyes are matched with your own. Gross, sopping black hair slaps part of your face. A green crystal is seen embedded into the forehead of this being. Within the mouth are needle-like canines that extend, almost not allowing her to keep her mouth shut. Maedra, in her widow hag form, crawls over you and sinks her teeth into you. I'd like you to make a con save.
You have bad choice of friends.
Big brain.
You take 3 points of piercing.
I have no way to get out of this.
Level 2.
It's a 22 to hit, so.
Yeah. $23. Sorry, I couldn't add 18 to
Okay.
5.
You're not paralyzed,
Still restrained.
but you still take 3 points of piercing. At this point, you see that as she looks to you, the 6 arms slowly snapping, beginning to pull you as you see just from her cloak an attachment between the web and herself. And you are slowly being dragged, making a slight groove within the ground and the grass as you're being pulled away further from the compatriots towards the cliff.
Can I try to break out of the bindings?
You may go ahead and make a strength check.
Low score.
You see that she's scurrying quickly against the ground, dragging you along. The large triangular arcs with each arm as they dramatically extended limbs begin allowing her to travel almost unabated through the grass.
Does a 14 break out?
14 is her DC. You at least be able to free one of your arms and remove part of it from your mouth and begin tearing it as she turns and realizes that you're beginning to break free.
As
Let me put on the right type of music.
I've never been so happy to have a +2.
What are you doing?
As soon as I'm unrestrained, I would like to first cast Sanctuary on myself,
Okay.
and then follow that up with a bonus action of casting lights on just any rock or anything nearby that I can just touch to more or less send up a flare. Just something bright that everyone will see.
Nearby, there is a small stone that you can find easily enough within the grass, or even a flower. You kind of touch the nearby flower, and instantly, what you would see as you're facing towards that direction is a pulsating light suddenly flare, and SAAKA turns back and sees at least a form now somewhat brightly lit of the creature herself. She rolled a natural 18 on her wisdom save.
Oh.
Maedra.
Shit.
She may successfully attack you. Natural 19. The webbing grabs onto your feet and as she begins to crawl and move down the cliffside. At this point, the rest of you hear a shout and look over and spot it. You see that at the back end, your acquaintance, KELSION, being pulled off the side of the cliff, attached by a web disappearing into the dress of this monster as it's connecting. You see that Lux runs out along with SAAKA, her sword already over her head as she's running in a screaming pace at it. Lux quickly stopping everyone and running out of the caravan himself. You see this misshapen Maedra who looks back hisses before plunging off the ledge, the body seemingly not slowing her movement as she drags you behind.
Can I use a hand axe to cut the web?
Go ahead and make an attack roll. So, armor class is not much, but
20 to hit.
yes indeed. Go ahead and roll damage.
9 damage.
9. As you cut into it, you begin to break part of it, but it is a thicker web than you realize, and you're not quite cutting it. At this point, you fall, and as you do, you swing low. The tension of it almost bungeeing your legs, and you smack onto the cliffside. Go ahead and make a dex save for me. This will see how bad, if you're able to position yourself to soften the blow or not. You swing round the body as you fall and drop. As it bungees you, you smack into the side of the cliff.
That's no good. 10.
That's bad. You take 12 points of bludgeoning damage.
Rest in peace, KELSION.
As you are instantly knocked out of breath, and as you hang there, you feel yourself slowly being pulled closer by the limbs of this thing.
I'd like to try to take another attack if I can at the webbing to try to cut it.
Okay, go ahead. What are the rest of you doing? You
Looking
saw a
at-
bright light, and
I'm-
at this point a shout is
yeah.
heard as several of them begin to rush over and look down the edge.
With the group that ran
Okay,
towards it.
at this point. Continue.
25 to hit.
25 to hit.
And 11 damage.
You free yourself at this point and go ahead and make I'll say a dex check to grab onto the cliff quickly.
Nat 20.
Okay, you
Nice.
almost doing a backflip, not on purpose. You catch on, your legs still kind of somewhat bound together by the webbing.
If you guys would like to pitch in,
You
now's
begin
your
looking in.
chance.
Go ahead and make perception checks as you're staring down the dark cliff face.
Yeah.
You two would take a little bit longer to get there.
Yeah.
These guys were in the caravan. You can go ahead yourself. You'd be there. SAAKA, roll poorly.
18.
Okay. Having a movement speed unabated and a climb speed unabated, it will quickly catch up to you.
Oh, yeah. I know that. Is it?
It's a wisdom save, correct?
For Sanctuary?
Yeah.
Yes.
What's the DC?
DC is 15.
Okay. That's a 14 plus 2, so 16.
You want me
Is
to
there
make
water
a
below
perception
me?
check, right? Or was
Yes.
that him?
There's the reef below you.
Is it high tide?
You see and you do notice the waves are splashing and covering most of the rock before falling away. The waters were choppy today and a bit more rougher now.
Not safe enough. Can't be stupid yet.
Not yet.
Not yet. How high up am I?
That's 22 to hit you, by the way.
22.
At this point, as it's crawling down and bites into you again, only taking, well, that was bad. Only 3 points of piercing. And I'd like you to make another con save.
Do we have sight upon her by now?
Perception check.
18.
You would see her.
5.
You would not.
Nate.
At this point, you
14.
two can catch up and look.
That was
14.
mine, yeah.
And you can make yours if you have
17.
17.
How far down?
Care and Aneth would notice. At this point, about 45 feet down or so.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
22.
He swung low and she chased after him.
I would like to.
22.
22. And how high
You're not
from the
paralyzed,
ground
but
would I be?
she will, huh?
How far from the ground am I? If I were to just drop.
Drop. It would be a drop.
Okay, I'm still high up.
Yes.
That's what I'm just trying to figure out.
So here's the thing. So she pulled you over. You swung low. The web can go to a total of 20 feet. So you dropped below her already fast climbing speed. So she was at 20. You dropped to 40, 45. She crawled to you, bit you, and now you're holding on as she's bitten into you. And at this point, that is 15 plus 2, 17. for the wisdom save.
Now that I see her,
Go ahead and make athletics or acrobatics. So you're just picking up 2 rocks and chucking them down at her?
If there are loose rocks that are actually on the cliff face, I
Itself?
want to. Yes.
Okay.
I want to.
You do notice that there are like bits and small places of cracked stone where you could probably pull out small pieces of stone and start chucking them down at her if you wish.
Yeah.
So you... Is it dex save on her part or?
2 different dex saves on her part.
Okay.
DC 14.
Okay. Natural 20.
Okay.
And that one's gonna fail. That's only a 7.
Okay.
Dex, acrobatics, because that's higher. That's another 22.
Okay. She has advantage with multiple limbs. 23. Yeah, within her other 2 arms, she wraps around you, and you're almost held close to her body. Your arms pinned against her as her other 2 begin crawling even lower down the cliff.
23 points of bludgeoning damage.
23 points of bludgeoning. Nice.
Do we reckon at this distance, maybe even recognize her as Major or just a monster?
No,
in
it
the
is
dark?
just a monster in the dark.
Got it.
You just smacked into something. At this point, it begins crawling quickly with you.
I'd like to cast
As-
Cure Wounds on myself if I can.
Okay, I'll say that even tied, you can somewhat draw the rune and place it to you.
Are they descending or ascending?
They are descending.
Okay,
They are
towards
going
the sea?
lower. Towards the ocean, but you do notice that within the dips and large bulges that there are within the stone face itself, because it's not sheer, it's not flat, it is a very rough surface, that she begins to disappear into one of these larger mounds of stone that are on the cliffside as she hooks left.
Can I chase after them?
You're going to begin climbing now.
Yes.
Okay, so you begin climbing, looks down and in a
With
panic,
haste.
turns and begins running to his wagon. Cadrin and Cathis are still just both of their heads scanning about, trying to see if they can find anything. As you heal yourself, Kelsion,
Yep.
you finish healing and look up and you see the diamonds on the top of her head pulse. And as you stare into it, you kind of begin to get drawn in. Go ahead and make a wisdom save for me.
Charmed effect?
No.
Okay. Sleep effect?
No.
You'll find out. You'll find out.
I don't like this not knowing. This is what I liked about Zendril. What type save was it?
Wisdom.
That's a 15.
That is a failure.
Fuck.
I thought you were going to ace that one with any.
F.
As you sit there, you
Never convenient.
find yourself just in the moment in a daze and not being able to really be coherent. Although you feel that you can speak, your words begin to falter and fail. You are stunned. As you're just held in the arms, you notice that as you begin climbing down that past this sort of large stone hump on the cliff face, that you have lost visual sight of them.
Can I make a perception to try and see if I can catch another glimpse?
Sure thing.
Can I make a note? Yeah. Yeah. Same as that.
11.
Oh no.
11. Immediately, you don't see much.
Okay, I would
You may
like
go
to
and
at
make
least
another one if you
go
wish.
down to where they were.
For those of you that are still up there, and as you're looking about, you hear, "Do you see them?" And you look back to see Lux, a bit more geared than usual. His small mantle and cape that he wears over his shirt is waving slightly on its own. His falchion attached to his belt with his silver buckle at its side, along with a hand crossbow attached to the other side. He looks a bit more capable and ready for a fight.
Yes,
17.
they are down there about to
I'm
get
stubborn. I will not die here to a spider of all things.
Yeah, I know.
Widow hags, y'all.
When will it be
At
my
least it's
turn
not
next?
She's a glorified
Do we need to
spider.
roll initiative at this point, or
At this point,
Yeah.
no.
okay?
Not at the moment.
Okay.
That is a 17.
17. Looking down, you actually see that there is what looks to be a stone-like protrusion from the cliff itself. It stretches down maybe a quarter of the way of the cliff, about 50 feet down, hidden by the bumps and rough surface of the stone face itself. You see that the stone extended platform is misshapen, looking as if chunks from the edges have been broken away. It stretches far from the cliff face and is decently noticeable from the angle you are staring at, but no sign of the two figures there. Your assumption is that they are somewhere in that area, however. So almost like this stone natural platform from the cliff.
I point it out.
You see Lux goes, "Never thought this would happen. I wish to apologize. Nothing like this should have... We can speak more of this later. This must be done first." He then, looking down and seeing Aneth, begins to crawl down on a different side a few feet away from you. Crawling, and you see that he is slowly climbing his way down, looking a bit awkward himself. Are anyone else joining him?
If I
I
can.
join him on.
One by one,
Climbing
you
down.
begin slinging yourself over and climbing down towards the pointed out, natural, untouched stone balcony. Athletics checks, please, as you climb down.
Oh,
As
I thought it was
Coil
going to be like acrobatics. I have a dex of 21.
As Coil is attempting to climb down, I would like to...
6.
Okay, never mind.
What were you saying now?
Tell you no.
I'm gonna roll for luck.
Coil's just climbing at the pace of gravity.
Yeah.
Not bad.
Coil has a climb speed, by the way.
It will assist him.
Feline agility.
And what did you get?
23.
Yeah, you're fine. As you all begin climbing down, one by one taking it slow, some of you eyeing each other, making sure that in the absent-mindedness that doesn't cause an event where one of you will end up plummeting or sending others into the same fall. Keeping alert as you descend. As you crawl down, you notice that there is a cave entrance right where this protrusion is. It's on the side of a cliff. A long stalactite near the right corner of this cylindrical throat opening of the cave. You reach the platform within a few minutes as you all are attempting to make it an expedient travel, especially yourself. It takes a little bit as Coil seems very, very nervous as the winds are blistering against the fur and slowly is trying to make his way down. You see Lux is keeping an eye on him, although still a few feet away and not being able to do much to assist. However, your claws digging into the stone where you can find it, almost terrified you're sticking there and then slowly moving your way down. You are making progress. For those of you that make it down, you see that there's more of a round in its shaped cave tunnel that bends and up and down slightly. It does not run long, as it opens up to a much bigger cavern as you see this cylindrical, featureless tunnel that just stretches on. So, who's going to lead the charge?
Not
Anna.
me.
I'm already
I
there.
started,
I'm ahead of
yeah,
all y'all.
I started down the
You
hill
are
first. I am going to run it.
Okay.
I follow.
Okay. Lux will also follow. And Coil will probably be last, being the slowest.
Because I'm small.
I kind of glance behind and I say, "Keep an eye on the child," as I continue to kind of jog in, looking around for.
You're not going down, Kier?
If everyone else is, and I will do so myself if the battle is migrating into the cave system. 13 minus 1.
Okay. It is really not your thing, and you look awkward as hell.
Yeah.
SAAKA kind of looks down and goes, "I'll keep an eye on them."
Aye.
CAEDRIK? Yeah. With me. And they both begin marching back to the caravan themselves. You travel through the featureless tunnel and enter what is the main cavern. Stun has not worn off.
No. I was going to ask, has technically a long rest occurred since the morning performance?
No.
Okay.
Unless you went to bed for 8 hours.
That's
Okay.
what I'm trying to figure out what I have and what I can do to get myself out of this disaster.
No problem. As you enter the main cavern, you see that all around you, immediately on your flanks, there are closely smashed together gatherings of stalagmites that are placed about everywhere, varying in its size, either being just a small grouping to being a large bottom half of bone-like fingers reaching upwards, the stalactites following suit in the opposite, reaching down in clumps towards the floor. The cavern is big, but littered with these bodies of sharp protrusions around the entire area. The cavern itself being large, but a little puck-like. The ground of smooth stone that stretches to the wall that then encircles the area on all sides. Go ahead and make perception checks as you enter here. Some of you notice that as you walk in, there is the sound of small dripping water as it seems to be, strangely enough, from the stalactites, small bits of liquid fall through.
23 percentage?
Not you, buddy.
17.
Okay,
Natural 20.
sweet.
7.
Okay. You are tired climbing your way into this cavern, stumbling.
9.
Okay, you yourself are terrified as your fur is blown all to one end from the heavy ocean breeze as you are climbing down. And you're kind of in the midst of fixing yourself. Okay. As you walk, one of you catches something. You specifically. As Lux rolled poorly. You stop yourself dead in your tracks as you walk in between two clumps of stalagmites. You don't know whether it is the right amount of light with your vision, or perhaps you just caught the perfect angle. But you see this thin, almost clear and nearly invisible strands of spider webs placed in between the gatherings of salt and stone. As you call out, Anna, you in mid-walk
Yes.
hear the sound, and as you turn, you feel something touch your skin and part of your face.
Oh,
You attempt
speaking
to
of spiders.
Pull back. Oh, we have a visitor. Yes, indeed.
A friend.
Yeah. You attempt to pull back your face and arm and find yourself unable to. Caught. Parts of your body are grabbed by this clear, almost lucid webbing. Upon looking around, you yourself, who see that she's caught, begin staring about immediately, as what you see and the others slowly begin catching is that what she catches to, there's a small vibration in the web as it shoots out, and strands that you now see leading upward to the ceiling vibrate. Upon looking and walking to the center, your eyes slowly trailing until they shift and make eye contact with a travel companion, KELSION. He's wide-eyed, and you see around him thick web cocoon that is holding him to the roof. He's in a large bundle that restrains him, almost a foot thick of webbing, and each end a strand of webbing that straps him to the ceiling itself as he's laid against it flat. You look about, attempting to keep a sharp eye out for Maedra, but you don't seem to catch any sight of her. As he begins still scanning, you finally do catch something when a thick bit of liquid splashes onto your shoulder and part onto your cheek. You feel it and realize that it's saliva. You stare directly up, slowly trying not to move too quickly, and you make eye contact with her. Long limbs, twisted backwards, dark, oily, grimy hair, 6 fearfully penetrating eyes that fidget and twist on their own, heavy bits of drool falling from her face. She smiles as you see her. I'd like everyone to roll initiative. I'm glad I could
Are you?
make people hate this.
I don't.
I'm
Now,
actually
I'm-
more afraid of the
The
ocean.
big ones,
below,
I'm like, huh.
Personally.
Okay, this
But
tiny
Pear
one
doesn't
freaks
give a
me out. I'm like,
I'll keep
nope,
that in
can't
mind.
do it.
Thank
With
you.
their-
I'm looking over here to
As a
find the
person,
small one that you
I
saw,
think
and I'm like,
spiders a
well,
bit more than
now that
people
paranoids me.
because
Well, okay.
I can control
If he
when I go
didn't
into
attack
the
me,
ocean.
he's not gonna
I
attack
can't
you.
control where the spiders are.
Nah, it dies
Some
anyway.
spiders are small and cute.
He's
Like
not
I said,
gonna hurt you.
No.
my
spiders
thing with
are
spiders is I'm not scared of spiders. I'm fine with them, but I do a body check whenever I look back and it's just gone from where I first saw it. I'm just
Yeah.
like, all right, we're
That's
good.
no good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, 25 to 20.
20.
21.
Fucks.
You're prone.
You
Shut
kidding
up.
me? All right. Yeah, I'll at least mark
You can
Kelsey
count
on where
mine with
he is.
2 hands.
Yeah.
You asked for initiative. I gave you initiative.
20. Yeah.
She actually rolled pretty darn good.
No. Stop that.
That's a 16 plus 5.
The problem is I have no ranged weapons, so as long as she's up there, I can't do
You
anything
have a
but yell
throwable.
at her.
That was the one thing I forgot. I forgot his miniature, so I will use a d6 for our Lux
Abby.
friend.
You have a coil that you can throw.
He kind of looks up and he
I
goes,
am not
"Oh,
sure
that
if
makes
there's
not
no
cool."
coil.
That works too. He's
I am
golden.
also
That
not
fits.
putting
What
Coil
number?
in danger.
Let's do 3 for the sake of it. Okay.
Suddenly the catapult just throws you out of the cave.
Yeah.
You're like waking up from your sleep, your charm or
20 to
whatever,
15.
Oh, 17.
and
17.
you're like, throw
Nice,
Coil
wizard.
up here. And so I throw Coil.
17
and then
plus
I
0.
get eaten.
Well, yeah, but like that's still good.
It's good. It is
Yeah.
helpful.
Care. Yeah, I know. 15 to 10. Wow, that got loud. 15 to 10?
Hey, what'd you got? 15.
Okay, you're tied with Lux. What's your dexterity?
Plus 5. Wait,
Your dex is plus 5.
pretty sure.
Okay, you will be going first.
Correction, plus 4.
Okay, you're still gonna go first in between
Okay.
the two of you. Yep, I got you. 6.
6.
Yeah.
What was your deck?
Nice.
19
Blood
plus 4.
Hunter. Okay. To top this off, Kelsion, you are stunned.
Yeah.
Rest in peace.
And will remain so. The time that it took them to climb down would have taken a while, even with a more experienced climb, because it was 50 feet down, and most of you guys climb half speed. So, go ahead and make a wisdom save, I'll say it's just about the time where the stun from the crystal would have worn off.
That's a 13 plus
7, I believe.
7? Yep.
20. You succeed and the stun wears off, but you are still restrained and grabbed. You are stuck to the roof of this thing.
Okay, so this fight's a spectator sport for me.
You may attempt to use your action to break out of it, but it would be a higher DC than normal as you are completely bound in a cocoon.
I don't think I have enough health to survive the fall,
Okay.
which is what I'm concerned about. That was my action.
That
I don't have
was
bonus action, do I?
that would be end of your turn that
Yeah.
you could make it, so it's past your turn. Aneth,
So where is our enemy in question?
at this point, it is only you who have seen it.
Oh.
So
Oh,
DATH'TAN
okay.
has not called it out yet. DATH'TAN
Okay.
is the only one who has spotted it. Everyone else is looking around, and you are in the midst of you freak out mode.
Yeah. Is any of this strong enough to hold me, or can I just walk out of it?
You have already tried to pull your face and arm from it, and you are not moving at this
Okay.
point. You may attempt to make a strength check
Yeah.
as your
So
action to pull free, but
walking in here, I did walk in with my. Why are we being a problem all of a sudden? With my sword drawn.
I'm assuming that most of you had a weapon ready.
Yes. Would I be able to make an attack?
Not the wizard.
I have an umbrella.
You can attack the web if you wish to.
Yes, I would like to do that.
I believe, give me a second, because of what it is. So yeah, you are considered restrained, so you have disadvantage on the attack against it. But it is still web, so not high armor class.
10.
10 just hits.
Perfect.
Go ahead and roll some damage, and that is not sneak attack on the web.
11 points of damage.
That's just enough.
Nice.
You freak out. Get up. Step back. Look around. Webbing still a bit on your face and arm, but you're free.
Oh, I'm ready to gore someone now.
Okay. Looking about. Okay, is that your turn?
Yes. Because I don't think there's anything else I want to do.
It is now Nature's turn. Of course, there's no such thing as Widow Hag, but I can use this as the miniature. So that is her on the roof.
Nice hat.
Yeah. I can at least use that. Okay. Interesting. It's a 40-foot roof. Are enraged at.
Rest in peace, DATH'TAN.
Yeah, bro.
Thwip and swing. Thwip and swing.
Only an 11 to hit.
Misses.
Okay. As you see, this entire line, thin webbing, shoot down at you, almost like a Spider-Man style whip. You dodge out of the way while this small pellet stretches out and over-exaggerately grows as the bottom end, as it hits the ground and just falls away as it missed. And she
Found her.
some of you would most definitely notice that. Lux, oh my. As she drops, she'll need...
Well, shnikes.
As she falls, one of her feet catching a stalactite. She flips and will take 46.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm not dropping. You guys, I'll stay up here. I'll maybe cast Healing Word, and then I'll be more
17
supportive.
points of bludgeoning damage.
AKA, she's dead. Rest in peace, Major.
No,
I'm just imagining like the cartoon thing of me looking up, stepping to the side, and then a thud.
and as you do, the larger woman, multiple limbs that are cracking and snapping over you
Median 14.
as the large body looms.
He tasted disgusting, but needed a lesson.
She's going to take,
I said our problem.
let's see, she may take 4 attacks, but has replaced one with a web, so we'll take the other 3
No, screw off.
on you.
No, screw off.
Natural 20,
Okay. Ow.
19 to hit,
Ow.
and her bite attack. Good thing, that was only a 9 to hit.
That's a miss.
So as she swings twice with 2 of her larger hands, she just claws into the first one, catching part of your collarbone and pulling with it. You almost feel a pop as it, you drop to 1. The second one claws into your back and pulls you back to your feet as you were trying to go down to your knees. And as she goes for a bite, you actually use your arm and with the knife, push yourself out of her hook and duck just under the bite. You do take, from this entire endeavor, okay, so that was only a 2, doubled to 4. So 6 points on the first one, and that was the crit. Oh, okay. And then 8 on the second one.
That was a bad crit.
Yeah, it was. It could have been pretty bad for him. As he stands there, she looms over you. What now?
That's what's now.
Care.
I start muttering an abyssal, pull out the deck of cards, and cast Mind Sliver on her, speaking in abyssal.
Okay. And that's a wisdom save?
Intelligence.
Oh, intelligence. She actually has a proficiency save in that.
That sucks.
8 plus 6, 14.
Just makes it.
Oh, I thought, okay.
That's all I have. I cast that again.
Okay. For sure. Exact same thing. 8 plus 6, 14.
Well, fuck. That's my turn.
So as you draw 2 runes
I'm moving
into
outside
air,
the cave mouth to be outside of the line of sight.
you see this, and as you fire twice, you see both in your eyes what only you can see. These 2, to everyone else, invisible, small, flickering, purplish, and then turning to green slivers, and shooting them at her, they into her form, but she doesn't seem affected at all. And as you see that, you step back into the tunnel.
Coward.
Okay. Coil. It's your turn.
Alright. Action. Where's Spider Bitch?
Right in front of me.
Okay.
She is most definitely visible.
Alright, action, hand crossbow, bonus action, bardic inspiration for DATH'TAN.
Sure thing. I have to pull up a archetype for Lux. Because I have to double check them. Continue to do as you do.
Whenever you get the chance. Now's the time to burn those spells, because goodness, it's
Do
going
it
to be
as
a
you
time.
feel like. As long as people can hear it, but it doesn't take over, you're good.
19 hit?
19 hits, yeah.
Fuck yeah.
She is a larger
Shocking
form, not
grasp
hard
have
to
to
hit.
be with your hands.
Yes. It's a touch spell.
Is it a touch? There's
well,
a range.
If it's a
Is
touch
it?
spell, does that mean
Touch
if I
is melee
were
range.
perhaps to connect face to horns and then shocking grasp?
I believe.
You would technically touch them.
Well, does it say, like, when you make a melee attack you can do it, or is it saying that you make a melee spell attack? Because that's the
Let me
differentiation.
Yeah.
Because there are spells that you
'Cause
can make
either
a
way,
melee
I'll do
attack
that
and then
close.
something happens.
Lightning springs from your hand to deliver a shock.
That's okay. So yeah,
A melee spell attack.
literally the thing about it.
Right.
Palpatine style shocking grasp spin in a circle in his head, but
Well, I
So
mean, I
there's an
can
answer.
still
Yeah.
headbutt her and then shocking grasp.
Yeah.
Can you
but-
please headbutt her
Okay.
and just spew through
So
her
what's
face?
the attack?
I was 9 damage.
9 damage. Okay. So you run forward and holding with both hands the crossbow, one eye closed as you're like aiming, the hand shakily, just pointing at the very large, horrific sight of this woman. You into her form. She like reacts to it hitting her, but she still seems okay. As it her eyes dart over to you, all 6 of them looking. At this point, you feel a warm hand touch you, and he goes, "May I?" As Lux kind of walks forward. You see he begins saying something under his breath as from his hand this dark brass lantern comes to it with a dark red fire and a golden light within it. He's going to use his channel divinity, Lantern of Raising. He's a Morn Knight.
Fun.
Rad.
okay.
He walks forward and goes, "I'm sorry," and throws it against the ground as it smashes and shatters everywhere. A huge fume of fire scatters around within the 30-foot radius, dealing 2d12 plus his cleric level and fire damage to the enemy, but also healing for half the damage rolled. So you're going to get healed.
Oh, cool.
16, 18. You heal 9. And Maedra, let's see her dex save. 12. Fails. So takes 18 points of fire damage. Her dress and cloak and pieces of her hair catch fire as she starts screeching and screaming horribly. You yourself, getting somewhat healed, you feel the flames lick across you, and it's hot, yet it does not hurt, and instead begins to heal over your wounds.
Very nice.
That's weird, but okay.
I wouldn't be complaining about that.
No, I'm not.
As Lux pulls his falchion, and he just points it at her. Come get me. Alright, DATH'TAN, it is your turn.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say.
Actually, he will use a healing word on you.
Very nice.
Another 8 points of healing. Finish off his turn.
Also, just a heads up, DATH'TAN, you have bardic inspiration, so you can add a d6 to any.
What do you say to him as his bardic inspiration, if you did not?
Did I say something? I don't think I did.
You did.
afterwards, I say, "You can take her. Don't kill her, though."
Yeah, I swing with my Kopesh.
As you were hit, I would like you to make a wisdom save. This is about to get interesting.
8.
As she goes, "What do we do now?" Before being struck with fire, as she's recoiling and looking, she notices that you're growing to about her height. As you see fur beginning to grow off of him, his claws beginning to form on the hands of this being, his fingers splitting open and bleeding at certain points, his teeth beginning to extend as a snout pulls out, except his demon-like tail stays and his horns just grow more sharp and feral as these dark, coal-burning eyes of the black marble burn away. And DATH'TAN changes. Right in the face of Maedra, these two different types of monsters, the exact same height and size, just barreling now into each other. She is the closest being there, so she is the one that you will put your rage onto. You deal an extra +1 to your damage.
Let's have some fun.
18 plus 6, that will most likely.
Yeah, that will.
Are you sure?
And your second attack, if you want to roll that quick.
Yeah, I'll just do that now. Natural 2.
Okay. So your dagger will not hit, but your sword will.
7, 8, 9, 10, 12.
12 points of damage. Nice. As you try to bring your dagger up with one large hand, she blocks it. And as you're being held there, she smiles as the other hand tries to come around like a dagger on her right side to stab into your collarbone. She does not see that you thrust into her body and almost lift her off the ground a full foot as her other two arms grab on and push herself off the blade. Wretch. Okay. It is KELSION, your turn. You see your friend do something you really hoped he wouldn't do.
Okay. Do I trust the fall? Do not.
It is funny to me that if like SAAKA was in this position, SAAKA would not care and just fall to the
Yeah,
ground
I
and be
know.
okay while
Yeah.
half of you guys just die instantly.
That's
I
the
was
problem.
gonna
46 is a scary amount.
Yeah.
It normally, because of homebrew, we do a d6 + 1 for 10 feet of falling.
Statistically
So it'd be
speaking, it is.
4d6 + 4.
Oh, yeah.
Statistically
I die.
Okay,
I'm just reimagining the pit.
Yeah.
bonus
I just
action,
like the idea of Kara going and never moving again.
bonus action healing word myself.
Sure thing.
Are you okay?
Yeah.
He just kind of like
Coil's like
twitches.
pushing you.
Old man falls down the stairs, dies. That's how
And
you
then-
would have gone.
So how much did you heal?
I healed up 6,
Sweet.
but I couldn't. I could only heal up 5 maximum to get to max health. And I guess I've got enough health to risk it.
So make a
I
strength
might try
check
to
to break
break
free. All right. You and your insane stats. Go ahead and roll.
Strength is not good.
Man,
That is a 19 plus 2,
okay.
21.
That's most definitely enough. You begin pushing and breaking your way out. Soon, like it takes the full 6 seconds, but you begin reaching your hand, moving and tearing at each strand around until finally you break free of the almost foot-thick cocoon. As your hand seeps through and pulls out on either side, you instantly find yourself falling. Go ahead and make an acrobatics check. This could lessen the damage. It's still a 40-foot fall.
2 now.
Rest in peace, Kelsion.
What was it? A natural 1.
Oh no.
Okay. 18 points of bludgeoning damage.
I would have been left at 1 HP if I didn't heal up.
You feel your arm pop and your breath once again is leaving you as the second time in about 10 minutes this has happened, you are in pain. And you rise with your left arm not moving.
I watch Kelsion just smack into the ground and I'm like,
I'll fix that later.
how'd that feel?
Interesting. That was one of the hidden booby traps.
Oh no!
So you find yourself smacking the ground, and as you stand, stopping
This is
several
just
different
not
times in between several clumps of stalagmites around.
Yeah, this is not your day, now is it?
Would the webs have broken my fall?
I'll minus the damage by a d6.
Okay.
You can go ahead and check. You may heal 1 back.
It's okay, 2 HP is better than 1 HP.
No, I'm at 7. If I didn't heal up
He would be at
beforehand.
1.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
he's a bit of a tanky cleric. He had good comp.
That 1 health point could
So
mean
as you
everything.
fall, it almost like tries to blanket you, but with the speed you were falling, it's almost like a trampoline where you.
Oh, you
and then
bottomed out
bounce
on a
up.
trampoline.
Oh.
Oh,
Yeah, your
God.
spine just goes into recoil and you're just in pain.
It's just a moist trampoline.
Yeah,
You
it
know
is
what, guys?
not fun.
I'll just watch. I'm done.
Aneth, it's your
Yes.
turn.
Let's see here. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Bonk. Headbutt.
Okay.
Directly to the square of the back. So it's going to be... Alright, so that's... I think it's just a straight 11, right? Because of my
Well, it's
strength.
plus your dex, I believe, for the attack.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you
So
can use your
it's
strength or dex.
16.
16.
Uh-huh.
That hits.
Okay.
And is engaged with an ally, so an enemy of it, so sneak attack.
Okay, cool.
And this is your headbutt, so
Alright.
here you go.
So we got 2, 3, 3 plus 5, 6, 7, 8.
8. And then
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, plus my advantage.
well, you already did your sneak attack, I believe, right?
Yes,
So
I
that's
just rolled that, so
Sure. I believe that's it.
yes. So 8 plus 5, 12,
So 13.
Yep.
Sweet.
13, and then
That's pretty good.
I am in melee range, right?
You are.
Alright.
You have a bonus action.
Well, that was my bonus action. My main
Oh, got
action is going to be Shocking Grasp.
Yes, it will.
Yeah.
Roll a dice every time she says she casts.
4 points of...
Is there a save on her end?
Oh, maybe? Let's see here.
Do you make an attack roll?
Yes. Okay, the DC is 13.
Oh, so it's a save on her end. You're not attacking her? Make a melee spell attack.
Oh, okay. Cool.
And I believe you're flanking.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so
Enough.
you have advantage.
Nice.
She can just scoot over 5 feet. should she
Well,
wish.
that
So, we can
advantage
face that.
really didn't help much. That's a 9.
Misses.
Okay,
As
never
you-
mind.
Jump once again and hit the main body of her. She recoils and steps back one, but as you begin casting the spell and reaching forward at her, she sees it and smacks it away with one of her larger hands, and she goes,
Oh, really? I have tricks too.
That's cool. Watch this. And I turned to run away.
It is now Mage's turn. She has 4 attacks, but it's going to do something different.
Goodbye.
You see that the gem pulses and she seems to disappear. Not just invisibility, but almost as if she herself
She
form
has this
dissipates.
blink spell. That would suck.
Blink Drider.
That's her turn.
Okay, cool.
Care. Looking out of the tunnel, you just see that happen.
Okay.
On top of there being a big, scary demon werewolf.
Action. I pull kindness back to myself, like wrapped around my shoulders.
Almost like a large scarf around your neck. There's now a large boa constrictor.
Do you sense it?
And then I'm going to.
We need to gather up. What's the deal with the creature?
As his free action, Lux yells back. She's able to pop in and out of the ethereal plane with it.
Since I already used my action, I can't really hold anything, so that'll really be my turn then if I can't hold.
Okay. Coil. The opponent is gone.
Okay. 5,
Luxy begins kind of sees almost paranoid style.
30.
He's turning with his fellowship.
I'm gonna start trying to cut KELSION out of the webbing.
Go ahead and make an attack roll. Do you have a dagger to use? Yes, you do.
Yes,
Don't
sir.
hit me.
With the body that's there, it is actually pretty clear to see the several different webbings around it, so no disadvantage.
Cool.
Just letting you know your nearest target is ANETH.
19.
I am prepared to run.
And I'm gonna use my bonus action to give
19 hits, so go ahead and do an
A
attack.
wolf and a goat.
2 damage.
Let's see how this goes.
Alright.
The webbing does have HP.
And I'm gonna use my bonus action to give KELSION Bardic Inspiration.
That you were going to give Bardic Inspiration to death in a first.
Already
second.
no.
Watch the chaos unfold.
That's perfect.
No, I already
Go!
I already did. Haven't used it yet?
Nope.
Okay.
No.
Cool.
You still have it.
Really squid maneuver.
So that would be
That's the best of evasive tactics.
Yes.
Nobody can ever catch you.
No.
6 damage.
6. You begin cutting him out, but he is not quite free. And what do you say to KELSION?
As I'm trying to cut, I was like, "Come on, you can get out of here."
Okay. Lux's turn.
Lux, grab his attention, please.
You see Lux is looking about for Maedra. I'm going to roll a d20 for him and see if he's piecing together what's happening on your end. That's a 3. He kind of... Small bit of light comes to his hand. You
Can I possibly, grab his attention?
have a free action.
Hey, Lux, can you, get this guy off of me, please? I'm saying as I'm,
He hasn't attacked you yet.
try.
But
I can see
you
the
can
death
see
in
the
his
murderous
eyeballs.
intent in my eyes.
Yes.
Alright, I'll roll a perception check for Lux.
How do you know it's not for the enemy that just vanished? Just saying. Playing devil's advocate here.
You know when you're holding a steak and eating it in front of your dog? The dog is a 300-pound wolf monster.
And you are the steak.
So, it's 15. He turns and he goes, okay. He runs over. You see that he takes his mantle and cape and throws it off of him towards DATH'TAN, and he goes, "Down, boy!" As he throws it, I'd like you to make a dex save.
Oh no. Lux is dead. Rest in peace, Lux.
Lux is dead.
17.
Crab wave.
Okay, so you succeed, so it's half damage. You see as the cape lands over your head and arm, it begins instantly to catch fire and burn on you. Your fur. So you take half damage. 9. 12 reduced to 6 points of fire. And you're not resistant to fire. Oh,
As a
Yes,
tiefling,
yes.
but would it transfer over to his werewolf form?
Yeah.
Does it say that on your transformation? Does your resistance carry over into your form?
Because I'm thinking fire and
look it up.
fur do not mix.
That's my thought
Well,
process, but to be
naturally,
fair,
fire
it says that his
resistant-
racial resistances carry over into his lycanthrope transformation. It wouldn't say until you're level 3, so
Let
I'm just
me-
going to pull up the...
Hold on, I have a test character.
Sure thing. I will say, even with what it says, what we've discussed and what this transformation is, that you would be resistant to fire. So you take 3. So go ahead and heal 3 back. Okay, now Lux is going to die.
Oh, rest in peace, Lux.
DATH'TAN, it's your turn.
Yeah.
As you get burned, you turn and you see this tiefling who's not heavily armored in any sort of way. He goes, oh.
Just gonna take.
Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Because of him being a Morn Razor, resistance to fire is ignored. So go ahead and take 5 points of damage. Yeah, that's their first level abilities. Their fire resistance is ignored.
Turn towards him and I just take 2 attacks now.
Okay, go ahead and make a wisdom save.
8 plus
What's it?
5, so 8, 13.
13. You lift your sword at him and you just drop your weapon as he... Sorry, you're not touching me. You may make another weapon attack. He has Sanctuary on himself. You may make another wisdom save. That's past his DC. Go ahead and make an attack roll. So this is with your dagger.
Yep, 12 plus
Yeah,
7.
that hits. His armor class is only 14.
Not 9.
6. Oh,
Well, because I gained the.
got it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought you said plus 9.
No,
Sorry.
no.
So 9 total. Okay, that's bad. He goes, sorry, you won't touch. A dagger is plunged into him, partially with your claws, as well as you begin pushing the dagger into the hilt, into his body, and he coughs a little bit of blood. Not good. And you draw the knife out. He, all right, a little bit of help.
I just growl.
Kelsion.
From the trap, would I have been standing up when I was caught in it, or would I have been prone?
You would be technically like hovering a few feet, lying flat, but you're not cut free yet. The webs are beginning to get cut.
He's
It
working
has-
on it.
Yeah, as HP of 11, he only did 6 points of damage to it.
Okay.
I honestly thought this was going to be a very one-sided fight, but this changes things.
Okay. Oh, that's
Is he here or no? He's right.
He's
in
there.
front of me. Yeah, he should be right in front of me.
I wouldn't be able to move my arms enough to cast Charm Person, would I?
With how free you are, I'd say so. You're still stuck.
Okay. That ruins.
You can use your action to make a strength check if you want.
Okay, yeah.
I'll say the DC's lowered because it's damaged.
I'll use my action to try to break out.
Okay. Because you are still stuck.
Yeah. Strength, right?
Yes.
That's a 12.
Okay. DC is normally 14, but with the lower DC that you make it, you fall out and stand back up. A small tabaxi right in front of you.
Okay.
Don't forget your bardic inspiration.
I feel like
Yeah.
Kara's just gonna throw his cards at the demon wolf.
Catapult.
You are fidgeting, my friend. werewolf suddenly turns to care.
I'm going to cast Charm Person on Death.
What type of save?
Charisma. No, not Charisma. Charm Person is Wisdom. Nope.
Okay, so you
Natural
succeed.
15 plus 5, so 20.
As you begin casting the spell, focusing your energy, a bit groggy and dazed as blood is kind of pouring from your forehead, being smacked so hard on the ground, you cast the spell, and as it reaches out, you begin to hear your friend emanate, but the anger, the same words, "You cannot contain me," pulse in your head, and you just keep staring at Lux, who, alright, this will be difficult.
Maybe.
Free action. Shout out. Lead him to me.
On it!
Me too.
Okay. So, Anna, your turn.
So, I have 2 things that I can use both as bonus actions. Can I do one as my main action and then the other
of
one
course.
as my bonus?
Yeah, we've done that
Okay.
plenty of times.
Cool. Grabbing his attention with a ram attack.
Okay.
So,
This is halved.
Mm-hmm.
okay.
No advantage because there is no flank going on.
Right. That's a 19
That hits.
plus 5.
Yeah.
Okay, natural roll, you hit.
Okay. Yeah. So
And
it's
I believe sneak attack is still done because you are engaged with an enemy of yourself. So,
okay, cool.
still halved, however.
6, 9, 12, 12 plus 5.
Yep.
17 divided by 2.
So 17 reduced to 8.
Yeah.
As she runs, she jumps, and as you're facing Lux, she strikes you right in the temple where your horns are, and it disorients you. It puts you 1 foot awkward, and Lux takes this moment to step back again as you were like in a mid-swing and ducks out of the way. You turn to see yourself
I'm
and
kind of like
standing there.
hopping between feet, and when I catch your attention, I go, "Good, follow me!" And then I use my dash as my bonus. 5, 10, 15, 20.
Well, you had plenty of movement, so I'm assuming it's disengage.
Yeah, disengage then.
Okay.
But
So
I
you're
am
taking an
leading.
attack of opportunity.
Yes.
Okay.
I was going to take that.
Roll a d20. This will depend if you're just sticking on Lux or if you're gonna. Alright, you're gonna be chasing after her.
And I am hiding behind Kelsion. Because Kelsion says he knows what he's doing. Ah. Is it still my turn?
It's Maedra's turn.
Can I take an attack of opportunity?
She didn't move out of your range. She's popping in from the ethereal plane.
Oh, great.
Fucking blink spell.
Nope. It is an item she carries.
Shit. Even worse.
Okay. Lux goes, "Look out!" And as both you and Coil turn, there will be attacks on both of you.
Can't afford attacks on me. Somebody get SAAKA down here.
Yeah, the one day that she's like,
You need to kill a bitch. Kaylee did.
Need you to behead someone. Get here now. 17 to hit.
I think I'm happy enough because I think that misses.
Okay.
Okay, that misses.
Coil. 22 to hit.
Yes?
the baby.
My armor class is 15! Baby is dead, crab wave.
5.
Oh.
5 points of damage.
Okay.
That's half my health!
Cuts into you. I
Baby
believe
is
less than,
hurt.
but as one of the claws swing down, it strikes into you, and you're actually pushed back onto the stalagmite. One of the attacks on you, Anna. 15.
That just makes it.
Okay. Ooh. 9 points of damage. That was almost max what she could do. She strikes into you, and with her 4th attack going to be a bite back at Kelsion.
I hope
17
she
hit.
stays right
Misses.
there.
she, in trying to bite and claw at you, your shield up is just taking the brunt of this.
Twins.
I have never been so glad to
We're
have that
literally
shield.
twins in most of our stats.
Yeah, both would have hit those.
Except for some
Garrett, it's your
reason you
turn.
get one hit dice.
Which one is DATH'TAN?
Dathan's
Big
over there.
Oh.
Boy.
And Lux is right next to him.
Yeah,
But
Lux is
Dathan
holding
is
his
focused
side.
on Anna.
Okay.
Deal with Spider.
You can steal the murderous gaze.
Okay.
You see that Lux is trying to hold his ground, but realizes that he's in a pinch.
Okay.
Oh, she does.
Bonus action, Mind Sliver DATH'TAN. Intelligence saving throw.
Natural 17.
Okay,
So,
yeah, you're fine.
yeah.
I'm gonna use my last catapult on Spider Bitch. Just
Okay.
take any stone that's nearby.
Natural 17.
Fuck off.
You can look at the dice.
I know you're fine.
Okay. You throw it at her as you shoot a mind sliver off to DATH'TAN. You don't think you've ever seen pure rage overcome the power of the mind, but you've seen it today as you see the same little sliver enter the temple of this werewolf form and does not seem to do anything. Lux is looking at you like, it'll help! And as you pick up a stone and chuck it at Maedra, it almost hits you, Kelsion, as your shield's up and it clinks off. Missed shot.
That was all the stuff I had.
Oh, good. It is Coil's turn.
Yeah, it's cantrip time.
Yeah, I don't have any good
Coil.
cantrips. I have
Your turn.
friends
Alright.
and light. Those are my cantrips.
You
Who's
still feel the warm bleeding and pulsing as this is probably the first real injury you've taken in any sort of fight.
shit?
And looking around, Care's not nearby.
Care did and left you.
This isn't a
Who's
fight.
DATH'TAN freaking destroying?
He's
Is
over here
that-
by Lux.
Yeah,
Is that
the golden
Lux's
tiefling
plan?
is taking a beating.
I thought that was gonna be focused.
No,
I am.
he is.
I have an idea.
No,
Your D20 is to chase
child.
after.
Child.
You're
Pardon?
gonna take attack of opportunity.
Would I be?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
You would be leaving her melee range.
You have spells.
Bitch, that's what I'm trying to
Care
do.
is screaming from the tunnel. Do not move!
He's the one big spider lady. Don't worry about
Been with him long enough to like he hears my voice in his head.
Just letting you know, you roughly know that you're about 50, 60 feet down the cliff. You could take a guess message and hope that SAAKA hears it, if you really need backup.
What is
See how this
my
goes?
I know SAAKA's stats, so I can work with it.
second? What is the spell range?
That one I was in.
That
so
one's
was
activated.
fine. Yeah.
How this configuration is set up.
Told you guys I'm trying to make this a bit more interesting. Coil, what are you doing?
Sorry, I'm trying to figure something out. So I'm gonna use my action to cast Unearthly Chorus.
I don't think I've seen you stare at a Sharpie drawn map so intense in the beginning of a campaign.
Music of the style you choose fills the air around you in a 30-foot radius. The music spreads around corners and can be heard from up to 100 feet away. The music moves with you centered on you for the duration. Until the spell ends, you make charisma performance checks with advantage. In addition, you can use a bonus action on each of your turns to beguile one creature you choose within 30 feet of you that can see you and hear the music.
Is this
Which-
something you have at the moment?
Yes, which I'm going to do on DATH'TAN. The creature must make a charisma saving throw. If you or your companions are attacking it, which isn't the case, the creature automatically succeeds on the saving throw. On a failure...
We are attacking
It
it.
is.
It's attacking
No,
us.
I'm doing on DATH'TAN.
Yes.
Lux is attacked death.
Luck has attacked Staffy.
I have to.
So as you do it, you begin playing a music that begins to spread and splay around. It falls on deaf ears on DATH'TAN.
Can I use a free action to call out to Lux? Don't attack him. Don't attack him.
It's too late.
God damn it. Alright. Well, there's nothing else I can do with my turn,
You
so...
have a bonus action.
You have a bonus action.
That was what the Christmas save was for. Gonna be for.
Yeah, no, you have a bonus
That was your
action.
main action.
Yeah.
You also have a bonus action.
And you have 2 other spell slots, I do believe.
You've only burnt one as far as I know.
Fuck it, Bardic Inspiration on Aneth.
Oh, bless.
Okay, what do you say? As Maedra had popped in behind most of you, the three of you all taking slashes and attacks nearby, a group of stalagmites, wounded and injured yourself, a little bit panicked, you turn to Aneth.
I can't think of anything. You get a magical thumbs up with little paw.
You look back almost scared and worried for the kid, and seeing him have a weak smile and a thumbs up at you, it does make you feel like fighting harder.
Give him a little pat on the head. And then return my attention to DATH'TAN.
He gives a small shrug to you.
He's happy.
Okay.
Come here. I'm like patting my lap. I'm like, come on! You
Lux's turn. He's gonna cure wounds. He's gonna heal himself for 11.
Okay. That's
That's the last of his spells.
Should have slept after the performance. That would make this easier.
Okay. It's going to move out of melee. Make a wisdom save as you make an attack of opportunity because Sanctuary is still up.
Natural 20.
Okay, so you can make an attack.
Natural 20.
Okay, go ahead and roll a d8. 16.
+6.
Okay.
Oh, I shouldn't find that.
As he turns, you swing down, cutting from the back of his head down his spine, almost going down to his tailbone, and he falls unconscious at your feet.
okay, over here. Come on.
That needed to.
Leads to your turn.
Alright, sure.
I would like you to roll a d. You are still going for the group. You leave Luxby. 10 or lower, you would have finished Lux. Your target was Aneth.
Yeah.
You Major seeing this. You have advantage because you're flanking.
17?
That would be 18.
Oh, yeah.
That's-
18. That'd be another 9 points damage.
I'm unconscious.
Okay. As you get cut down,
Rip Aneth and Lux.
okay. You have another attack because that was only your attack of opportunity you took on Lux. KELSION would be your next target.
You might want to get a message to CAEDRIK and SAAKA.
Attack against Kel.
Any magic power friendship BS that can help me out here?
Yeah.
Go ahead,
Don't you
roll.
have Sanctuary on yourself too?
Too much time has passed.
Okay.
Yeah. Across the shield. Top of the round, KELSION.
Okay. Let's start this off with. I'm gonna cast Friends. Actually, no, he's already hostile towards me.
At this point,
Shit.
Care. You hear CAEDRIK in your head.
Excuse me, how's it going down there?
We're all dead.
Tell CAEDRIK and SAAKA to get down here now, please.
Something
Lux
is already
says
on
fun.
the way.
Make checks.
I can't do a wisdom check. I'm dead.
You're unconscious.
I'm dead.
Are you actually?
I'm unconscious.
Oh, I thought you were actually dead. And I was like, oh shit.
It might be.
Okay, so that was pretty crappy rolls, which was good. But, Care.
Yep.
At the other end of the tunnel, you see leaping down, her legs taking a brunt of the damage. She's 15 hit points down, but raging. Took half instead of 30. You see SAAKA begin sprinting down the hall. It's going to be technically next round.
Spider bitch!
As she begins sprinting past, you're pressing yourself against the wall as SAAKA begins running down.
So I'm Death's
You better
next.
hope you chilled out by the time she gets over there.
I'm Death's next target, correct?
It's only lasts
Yes.
30 seconds.
Okay.
That's a long time in combat.
It's about what, 5? It's about 2?
Yep.
Just gotta survive 3 more rounds. Just gotta survive 3 more rounds.
I didn't survive one.
No, you made it to 2.
He's already
made it.
He's already used his reaction. Has
I did use
major use for reaction.
You don't know.
Alright.
Would my reaction be back because it was just
Nope.
my turn?
It's not on the top of the round. It's at your turn.
Yeah. I took my reaction before
Yeah.
my turn.
Yes, you
Oh
did.
shit!
Fuck! You're dumb!
I like how we're not even concerned
Would
about
it be
Mika
an-
anymore.
Yeah,
It's not a
Ashmon's terrified
problem.
of DATH'TAN.
Okay.
As she runs
Action to
with her
disengage.
free, she goes, "What's wrong?"
So
Say
action.
again?
She's asking you what's wrong, SAAKA.
Oh.
It's kind of free action conversation.
Action disengage.
That then turned into
5,
something.
10,
Kill
15,
Maedra.
20. And I want to at least try to dive through this section. If I can get to here.
There is no trap.
There is no trap.
You dive your way through that thin area. You kind of roll, look over, and see that COIL's alone.
That was 30. That was.
Oh. You bitch.
Oh yeah, because I'm
Eats from
unconscious.
Okay.
Let's pull all attention to me.
Everything's going just fine.
Yeah.
Any sort of
You're gonna
spell rocks in the
fucking
room
kill
I can
me.
pick up and just torch, just light scan trip,
Sure. You,
pulling all attention towards me.
Maedra, looks and is not happy that the light is there now in this very dark cave at this point. She looks over. I'll see if that will pull her grasp. It will.
Well, duh, nobody likes getting woken up in the dark.
Roll d20. There are several targets around, and some are of equidistance. Okay, it's going to be Maedra.
Oh,
Okay,
Is that your turn?
that was action to disengage, movement, and bonus action.
Death saving throw. Roll d20.
that's 17.
Success.
I'm sorry, I don't have any spells right now. I've got
Yeah,
two.
it's nice that our one cleric is not clericking.
Well, I have 3 spells total.
Two
One was to try to
clerics
save
with
me, and 2 were to heal me, so I went
CAEDRIK
back.
cannot
Well,
do what SAAKA just did
yeah.
to survive.
Yeah, but then we have
You would have
this
taken up straight up 30
lad.
points of damage and saved
Yeah,
her
rest
dead.
in peace, Lux. I mean,
A rib Lux, yeah.
Yeah, you
Literally
one-shot that man.
Lux.
He was at full health.
Oh, he won.
Yeah, he healed up to 20, and you did 22 points of damage and just took him out.
Mad lad.
That was
Dead lad.
You did max damage.
Mage's turn.
Didn't you? Okay, so I know I'm safe if you crit me. Well, at least at full health.
It's Mage's turn.
Cool. That's scary.
Get my buddy out of there.
Attack
Attack of opportunity. Yes, indeed.
Well, you can get an attack of opportunity.
Oh,
13.
Uh,
I'm rolling all 4 attacks.
13 misses.
14.
Misses.
15.
Misses.
There's a 13 hit.
19.
Shit.
No.
Can I use my dagger for it?
Right in your blind rage, you swing and she's no longer the closest thing to you.
Oh no.
You'll have to roll another d20 soon.
Oh no.
Oh god. Oh fuck. Big lion.
Wait, you have your bardic inspiration?
I do.
I don't think anything is what's going to
Can you
save
roll
you.
that afterwards?
19. 2 points of damage.
Can bardic
No.
inspiration be used
6
after
points
the
of
roll
damage.
has been made? But
Uh,
before any effects have happened?
I believe you're supposed to state that you're using your bardic inspiration, but I believe you can. It would be something to check. Whereas,
Higher number
can you check that for me, Liam?
for
Yep.
Sure thing.
Spider Lady.
Okay. So,
If that...
Yeah.
Kelsian, what's your HP looking like, buddy?
Not enough.
How much is it?
I'm not Zen.
I know you're not. No one here is.
Yeah, you can roll it after you see what the d20 is.
But before they know what the
So
result
you
is.
may.
Roll the.
So before you see what the result is what was added, but I'll let you do it this time. So you had a 7. It was 13.
No, that was the 7 for the attack roll.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what you're rolling the bardic
Oh,
inspiration for,
yeah,
right?
yeah.
Then do that.
That's okay.
14 misses. Okay. You needed a 15.
Near the 2 on that.
And did he hit?
Oh, yeah.
It was a 19.
Okay, so what was the damage?
6.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I was in the midst of figuring out bardic inspiration stuff. What was your HP at?
6.
You take 5 points of damage. I rolled a 1 and a 2, and with a +2.
1 HP in a dream right here.
It's like our first encounter.
She goes, "Why are you not dying?"
Because I'm stubborn.
Okay, Damn it. You made your death save.
I succeeded, yeah.
It was Major's turn.
Mhm.
And guess who rolled a nat 20 on their initiative?
SAAKA!
Yes, indeed.
Ooh.
Murder mom, please.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. I think that she's at 35.
Mhm.
So, action. And she'll go into a rage. She goes, "You're different." Here. You just see SAAKA sprint off into a full bolt there.
Running.
You hear another thing from CAEDRIK. CAEDRIK is on his way, but moving much slower.
Run 30 feet towards Lux. And then both
You do look, and what's your passive perception?
10.
10. Okay. Never mind.
Yeah,
F.
that's all I got for you, buddy. All I can do really at this, all I can do is 2 mind slivers on Maedra.
Okay. Man, it's rare to see Nick standing at the table.
It's rare for me to be sitting at 1 HP without a death ward.
Yeah.
More steadfast.
That's what it was. It was
Yeah.
a death ward. For free.
Saving throws, intelligence.
13
Okay.
and 22.
Okay, the first one.
That's 6 points of psychic.
Okay.
That's my turn. That's all I can do.
Alright, you. And she has a minus D4 on her next attack or save, correct?
Next save.
Okay. It is Coil's turn.
Now, if you want to do something that involves a saving throw, it's the time to do it.
Yeah.
As you shoot into Madra's form, she recoils slightly while trying to strike at Kel, who at this point is almost fully fetal. The shield, he's trying to cover his tail and body as much as he can.
Playing Captain America over here.
Let's see. I'm going to do action. Fairy Fire on bitch.
Okay. Dex save.
Yes.
Okay. That is a 15 plus 2. 17.
Fuck. Fail.
And the D4.
Ooh.
Oh shit.
Thank you for the reminder. 14.
What's your DC?
15.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you, somewhat wounded, throw the rune into the back of this thing, and it, once again, this same sort of powder covers this form. Her hair almost getting completely attached with this thick, powdery essence, as it's just getting all tangled in the grime and wetness of it as she. So all attacks are at advantage with her. SAAKA will enjoy that.
And
Good
also,
job, mate.
bonus action, Bardic Inspiration on SAAKA. where
Yeah.
What do you say to SAAKA?
Kick her butt.
She goes, "Oh, don't worry, I will." Looks to you, hit me and I kill you. Part of your mind goes, hit her. Okay. So, Care had his turn, Foil had his turn. Lux needs to make a death save. Natural 19. He succeeds.
Whoops.
Okay. Captain. Roll a d20.
Gladly. 14.
Okay, so. Okay. 10 through 15 was Maedra. 1 through 5 was ANETH. So.
God. Right there. Not fun. I automatically get advantage.
Very
Fair
high.
point. Yeah.
He swings around using the other half of the Kopesh in his first swing. Is the extra +1 to attack and damage, or just damage rolls?
Let me pull up the test.
It's just so you know.
Yep. You gain a bonus to melee damage rolls equal
So
to
only
half your
damage.
proficiency.
melee
Yeah.
damage. So just go ahead and roll. It's a +6 with your sword, I believe.
8 plus 6 would be
14.
14.
That's a miss.
It's a miss.
And you have your second attack with advantage. And a +7. That's gonna hit.
17, yeah.
Yep, natural 17 is gonna hit her.
Ooh, that'd be 8.
8 points of damage.
Yep.
As you're hitting her, she's beginning to look quite bloodied as you carve into her, the sword missing, but the dagger cutting in through her arm. She is beginning to look a little bit panicked as her eyes dart around, each one trying to find a target. Top of the round. KELSION.
Okay.
Yeah.
He no longer has it.
Give it back.
Why?
I'm being nice. Okay.
Yeah, I didn't try to gaslight Lux. What? Like coil.
Action. Action to disengage.
That was a crazy 2 natural 20s, man.
Oh no.
That's
And
insane.
That, I don't know how that happened.
bonus action spare the dying on ANETH.
Okay. Your passive perception is 15, I believe.
Yes, it is.
You do notice that on Lux's belt there is a minor healing potion.
That'll be used on Lux.
Okay.
So because I went unconscious with Bardic Inspiration on my side, do I still have that? Or
Yeah, you do.
okay, cool.
It does drop. I
You're
believe you still
stabilized
carry it.
It does,
You
you
are
know.
stabilized.
Yes.
Just sometime within the next 10 minutes, I believe.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So I do kind of want to use the Morning
And
Night
you
Cleric
are
help.
out. It is Major's turn. Natural 17.
So like, your hair smells nice. That's like
6 reduced to 3. On the first hit.
fuck.
As she turns and cuts you, stagger, and then stand back up, your legs shaking.
Sorry, buddy, I got 1 HP in a dream.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, I actually forgot to roll for past 2 rounds of recovering her web shot. She rolled really good at the beginning, and now is not getting it back.
Good.
13,
To hit.
Yeah.
Miss.
15,
Miss.
21.
Hit.
As she swings twice.
Could roll really well.
No, there's no way she's only doing
Yeah,
one.
it's a 3 maximum, even reduced.
You 3 minimum.
6 reduced to 3. You're unconscious.
Can I revert back?
Yes, you do.
Rest in peace, DATH'TAN.
She stands over you. Hey, be lucky that it wasn't on the second hit you went down. That was all of her attacks.
Yeah.
She stands over you. What now? Saaka walks behind her. I can give you some things. With advantage.
No, it's okay.
Oh, that 20 right here.
Please, just destroy her.
17 plus 7, so that's gonna hit.
Woo.
3d6. $17 points of damage.
That's my entire.
Health pool.
Yeah. I think that'll leave me with 2 HP.
Cuts in, and Maedra is barely standing as she. She goes, "Oh, you're annoying." Care.
I move up to Lux's body, but no further. Glancing down at him as I am preparing another mind sliver for Maedra, trying to get a feel for what his condition is. Tossing another mind sliver.
2 mind slivers.
Just 1 mind sliver, the bonus action.
5. That's a fail.
Okay.
That's 11 total.
That is 8 points of psychic.
Okay. She's still standing somehow. Okay.
Looking down at Lux, immediate, because I don't know if he's dead or not. Does it, quick glance, does it look like he's still breathing?
Breath is there, but barely.
Okay, another mind sliver.
That's 14.
Okay, it makes it.
Okay.
That's it.
Coil.
Alright. Trying to think. I'm going to use my. Actually, you know what's good? I'm gonna buff Saaka even more. I'm gonna use a help action to give her advantage, and my last.
She already has advantage.
Fair
She already?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, just make. Never mind then. I'm going to use my action instead to cast.
She has -4, 1d4 for her saving throws.
There's no healing cantrips, are there?
Fuck it.
No.
I'm gonna use my action to cast Vicious Mockery, and my bonus action to. Did Saaka already use her Bardic Inspiration?
No, she did not.
Okay.
You just took the advantage Fairy Fire gave her. How many Bardic Inspirations you got left?
This would be my last one.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna give it. Have you already? Is this?
That's
There's
Kelsion.
Kelsion.
You already had one, I believe.
Have you used your Bardic Inspiration?
I haven't given one.
You.
You gave one to Death?
No,
To
when he
I
was
gave one
letting
to
you out of the webs.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought that was given to Death.
No, I
He
gave
gave
one.
one to Daff first, and when he was cutting you out of the webs, he gave it to you second.
All three of you have one.
Because I remember Death.
No, I used mine.
SAAKA and I didn't think I had gotten one yet.
He gave it to you.
Okay.
You can give it to Death, or you can stab a bitch.
It's good. I'll use my action to do. Would I put my move out of the way? So I don't would I end up accidentally? Okay, no, I wouldn't. Yeah, I'm gonna do.
Kill him.
It's okay. I'm standing up now. I'm at 1 HP.
Are you?
Yep.
Spare the Dying stabilizes you. It doesn't put you to 1.
Gonna
The
move.
app, if you use the app, whenever you stabilize it, automatically
Yeah.
puts you at 1.
Yeah.
It's just kind of weird.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use my action to shoot with
Hand crossbow.
Yeah, and then bonus action.
Shoot at this.
This bitch. And then bonus action to cast Tasha's Hideous Laughter.
Okay, so wisdom save?
Yes.
Ooh, Hag's laugh is not fun.
No, nothing at all. So go ahead and make your attack roll.
I think it's just the same. It's the same.
Are you
Attack
shooting
roll,
it?
Nate.
Yeah.
Oh,
Are
it's
you
just-
shooting it?
Oh, yeah, I'm big dumb.
Yes.
Wisdom save 19.
That'll hit.
22.
Yeah,
And also, what was the saving throw?
19.
She succeeded.
Yeah, 16.
Even with the 1d4, she would still succeed.
And then damage.
Isn't until... Oh, but you hit her again.
I hit her again.
What's the damage?
5.
Okay. 2 hits.
F.
As she... Another bolt sinks into her. Lux's turn.
Ruin her entire millennia.
Lux is unconscious. He can think he can.
Unconscious.
That's a fail. Death save.
That's a fail.
That's a fail.
Man can dream.
Kelsion.
Okay. 20,
I have
25.
him if you need to fight her.
Action to feed the health potion to Lux.
Go ahead and roll 2d4 and add 2.
That is a 2. And 1, so 3, 5 health back.
Okay. You notice that as you... Is that 2d4 plus 2?
That was 2d4, 1 was a 2, and 1 was a 1.
Okay.
So it's
Yeah,
3
you're fine.
plus 2.
So as you pour the small, thin vial, you notice that there's a gold circlet around the top along with the black cap that you pop off and you feed it to him. And as you close it again, you look and it fills up again.
I'm gonna keep hold of this.
As he... Where am I? Oh, we're still in this nightmare.
Yep.
He is also split open.
Okay. So, yeah, he is horribly roughed up.
25, 30.
And that's your turn. You have a bonus action.
I got nothing to do with my bonus action except sit there and look pretty.
Cool.
You're kind of rocking on your heels.
Aneth, you are stabilized.
Yes.
It's Major's turn.
I had a healer's kit.
Be afraid.
I could have stabilized him.
I did it faster.
No, no,
But
no,
she's still alive.
no,
Plus I found
no. Okay.
something nice.
Okay.
Miss. Hit. Miss. Miss. So 1 hit.
I thought she was gonna blink again.
7 reduced to 4 on SAAKA.
That could have been a one-time use.
True.
How many charges it has?
You see that SAAKA takes a cut and she
Because it refills it.
looks at her.
Oh.
So I'm curious on how many
It
charges.
is Sokka's turn.
Yeah, Hag's dead.
Yeah,
Bye, Hag.
bye.
Bye-bye.
L.
You're stabilized, right?
Although I would like to be alive.
I'm just thinking if
24 to hit.
the hag dies
Oh, it's dead. It's done.
Yeah.
soon,
Just roll the damage.
then I may go get him first because he is not stabilized.
True.
How much damage you have to do below his health before it to just explode?
She did 22 points of damage.
What's the 20
With
points of
one
extra
swing.
damage?
It could kill me
The
twice
body
over.
snaps and cracks from the middle section as it is dissected from one another.
Rest
And-
in Jesus.
Coil immediately
Both
covers
parts
his
of the
eyes.
body collapse.
Yeah.
SAAKA
Aneth
Looks
is
around.
clapping from the grave.
You ain't dead.
You're
Like-
not dead.
Like in spirit as she's there. No, I know I'm not dead. I'm stabilized.
Combat
But I'm like,
has ceased.
yeah.
Okay.
Frickin'
Since combat has ceased, I am immediately rushing over to Death and feeding him the vial.
Go ahead and roll 2d4 plus 2.
That is a 2 and a 3. Yeah. 2 and a 3, so 5, 7.
For the heck of it, roll d20.
Roll d20.
So you come back to consciousness being fed.
7.
7. Funnily enough, how this vial works is that you can use it up to 3 times a long rest, but you have to roll uneven numbers for it to refill. So it refills one more time. As it fills back up again,
I'm going to Aneth and feeding her the vial.
so you use the last use. Go
Yep.
ahead and roll 2d4, add 2.
Hopefully Lux will understand. 3 and a 1. So 4, 6.
Nice.
You got what you needed for it.
Sorry, Coy.
Why am I on the ground and how did I get over here?
Why am I bleeding everywhere profusely?
Someone has a lot of explaining to do, and it's not me.
Sit up slowly, Lux.
He is most definitely taking his time as he.
I pull a healer's kit out of my backpack and begin to bandage his wounds.
Thank you.
Are we resting here for the night then?
It takes several minutes, but CAEDRIK does walk in and he goes,
What I miss?
You missed the party, dude.
You two have a lot of explaining to do.
Well, in due course.
Would you like to tell us in short?
When we're out of here.
Okay. So around the fire with the rest of the camp then.
I do not believe
No,
that
yeah,
would
yeah,
be
Not near the
preferable.
fire, not with everyone. Just somewhere not cave and evil.
You see
Okay.
that as the body lying there jerks and twists slightly, the crystal almost falls in like an eggshell on itself and darkens. The body itself just slowly withering.
I am going to approach her body and check her hands for for rings.
Make a wisdom check. It's going to kind of be or intelligence, because that's normally what we use for remembering things.
That would be a bad day.
Yeah. So you approach.
I'm checking the body.
Go ahead and make an investigation check.
$23.
23.
Yeah.
You find 26 gold and 14 silver. But that stone within her head is pretty much ash within her forehead. And that's pretty much it that you find on her.
Taking careful attention, looking for rings on any of her 4 hands.
4 hands.
No.
Okay.
Go ahead and make a perception check.
Perception?
Yeah.
Okay.
Scary.
No investigation. 4.
Okay.
Yeah.
Anyone else can make perception checks should they wish. Up to a max of 3 with how we do things.
I'll do it.
Sure. CAEDRIK walking around. Who is injured here?
Me.
Everyone.
I believe he has cure wounds. So.
Pretty certain he does.
Okay,
Yeah,
so that's-
every single one of us is taking.
Who's the worst?
You know what?
I think ANETH and DATH are gonna be the lowest.
Yeah,
I am,
a
man.
little less.
7 points of healing.
I think
And
I'm at like 5
9
HP.
points of healing.
25 perception.
I almost put down 9
And as
points
the
of
third, I'm
damage.
going to heal Coil.
Dies instantly.
Yeah.
13 points of healing to you, Coil.
How much was on the body again?
26 gold, 14 silver.
So my health is back up.
Okay. You begin to catch, what was it?
25.
Okay, yeah. You catch a glimpse of something out of your peripheral. No real light source being here, it doesn't make sense to you that something would shine. Looking about and walking to the corner around here, just behind the stalagmite, you find what looks to be small mounds of gold and silver. Anthill size in these pieces of coin that are haphazardly shoved into the corner. If you take the time to count them, you'll find 80 silver and 50 gold pieces.
I'll take the time.
On top of this, does anyone else follow as he...
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be looking less at the gold, looking for items, objects, a book or a ring.
Quickly, as it is what you're searching for, you find a thin, small, dark metal ring with a small, light blue, cracked stone the metal swirls around. The stone looks to shake on its own.
I hold the ring in my hand, take a moment to close my eyes, and I close my fists, cast Identify as a ritual.
Okay. I will pull up the description. As you close your eyes and take the time to cast the ritual, you hear in your head the same blank words as you did not but a little while ago. As it takes time to load, because of course it does. At first you hear, enjoy your harvest. This ring grants +1 to AC if you're not wearing armor. And upon being struck, you may use your reaction equal to half your proficiency times a day to shift in an ethereal dash 10 feet away to a space you choose. This counts as a disengage action. It does not use your action, but that's what it works as.
Oh.
It's called the Relieving Ring.
Yeah, you might want to keep that one.
Looking around,
I immediately equip it.
it is an attuned item.
Okay, I have it on my hand at least.
Okay, so you begin focusing on it?
Not focusing on it, I just have it on my hands now.
Okay.
He'll just later.
You put it on almost like Gollum freaking out and attempting to put it on quickly.
Not quite like that. Maybe more subtly than not at all.
Sure. Are you trying to hide it, or are you just putting it on?
I immediately equip it. Don't make any direct attempts to hide it or say
Is
anything
anyone
about
else over there?
SAAKA.
Who's over there?
SAAKA
You
teleports.
see that? Yeah.
She phases into existence.
Nothing personnel
She
kid.
walks over and her foot kicks something as she walks, and she picks up this large leather-binded book and wipes off part of the side.
SAAKA, be careful with that.
This, I'm gonna roll for her. She actually has a +2 on her intelligence. Okay, that's actually pretty good. I think I know what this is.
Yes.
It's it's a tome, but let's see here. And you see a large leather book, old and well worn. It holds no insignia or markings, but the corners of the dark leather tips can be found ancient runes on them. as she looks and she goes, this is, in what books I actually used to read. These are tomes of empowerment, I believe.
Saaka got smart.
I see.
Saaka's always been smart.
I may actually take time to read this. If anyone else, maybe.
Tomes of Empowerment, they permanently
go
increase
ahead
your
and-
attributes, correct?
You may cast
Arcana? Or
Well,
Identify?
Identify.
Yeah, Identify.
She holds it out. This tome is a tome of opening minds. It holds notes on the studies learned from a wizard before the age of rupturing itself. It holds the knowledge of the older days of casting. You must read this book for 75 hours. Upon completing the 75-hour read, the runes will glow at the corners and fade. You will gain a immediate and permanent +1 to your intelligence score. And you may choose 2 abilities under the intelligence to become proficient in, which you may not make it expertise. On top of this, you may choose a spell from the wizard spell list of 2nd level or lower and may cast it once a short or long rest using your intelligence modifier to determine the DC. Saaka is kind of looking at it.
This would enhance my spell casting slightly. Perhaps a trade would be beneficial for us.
How so?
I have a ring that allows you to be more durable when you're not wearing armor. This would benefit me as well as you, but that book there is more useful to my spells, while this here may be more useful to your force. What say you to a trade?
She looks at it. Let's talk about it later. I'll figure it out.
I see.
She puts it into her belt as she opens her hide pouch and places it in. Give me a little bit of time.
Now we need to figure out what's left here, what's with Major, and get out of here.
Make a perception check. Lux kind of looks about. Alright. He kind of walks over and sees Medra. And as he's over near you all, he kind of... You see a very broken look to his face. He looks back down to Medra. You see more guilt and pain strike it at his expression. His tail low, sagging across the rough ground. Scraping small pebbles left to right, he begins to turn and walk out of the main cavern. His foot kicked something and he looks over, picks it up and just tosses it behind him, and you being there, you catch it haphazardly. You see that in your hands is a glove of intricate design with 2 brass bands connecting what looks to be a brass sparrow with wings splayed downwards in a beating down motion and design. Running up to the knuckle, connecting it to the bands and the glove itself. Very purposeful with a delicate design. Here you do look over and notice this as well.
Fun being the only guy with Identify.
If you'd like, I can see if that is magical for you.
Go
I'm
ahead.
going to accompany Lux out of the cave so he doesn't get any more injured than
So
already.
instead of taking like the objects, we're a bunch of feet away. I just let kindness uncoil from around my neck like a scarf. Let her move over to it and take it from you if you offer it to her.
The snake
Yep.
slithers over to you.
No, I cast Identify while
Got
she's
it.
over there as I'm walking throughout the room.
The same words begin to flood. As an action, this glove may cast a brass sparrow out of it in color, ethereal in its form as it shoots out of the glove. It has a movement speed of 40, flies up for 10 minutes, and may do one of two things, in which it will disperse, and you may call it back every long rest. It may ram itself towards an enemy, allowing you to make a ranged spell attack with a +6 to hit, and it deals 2d8 plus 2 force damage on a successful hit. You may have the sparrow fly and touch an unconscious or wounded creature delicately. You heal them, 1d4 plus 2.
This thing has the spirit of a bird that can assist the wounded or harmed. Now, as to who that should belong to, perhaps we should discuss that in a safer place.
Yeah, I'll let the snake give it back to you. JD and I put it in my side pouch.
As you exit, you just see Lux slowly, his tail still dragging across the ground, look out to the ocean as he walks over to the edge. Deep blue waves are once again a bit rougher and choppy, intersect between each other, creating this rubber presentation of the water. The crashing noise of the water hitting and retreating against the reef and bottom of the cliff in slow but decent-sized waves is the only thing that can be heard. The cool night breeze gently brushing past the both of you. Lux kind of looks back to you with a weak smile and goes, I thought... His smile breaks and his shoulders drop, as if he was hit with a heavy realization. And he stays like that for a minute. Looking out, he runs his chin and he runs his hand through his chin and mouth area with a hand, and he looks to you. I wanted to make a home for them. The broken and the different. Not just for them to be hunted like some rabid dogs. He looks back into the cave and begins looking as if he's speaking to someone that's not you. Past you. But I guess I can't escape who I am, huh? I won't be able to ever see past the side of the first judged, the exterior, the labeled monster. Well, I have. I have seen these things. As lost creatures, thoughts and fears. You didn't ask for what they got. I've heard their stories. I took them in. His yelling and talking stops, and he just kind of sinks to one knee and sits down, holding his wound. I tried alone. He sits there, and you notice that slowly trickling tears that smack the stone, leaving marks, falls to him. He lifts his head, realizing that you are there watching him, and he wipes his tears and slowly begins to stand. He goes, I'm sorry for this. Dragging you into it shouldn't have happened. Yet it did.
Before he speaks anymore, I set a firm hand on his shoulder, and I say, you should blame yourself for none of this. We were ill-informed. We didn't know what was going on. It is our lack of knowledge, not your lack of truth, that ended with Maedra's demise. Now, we have some things as a group that we must discuss, but that can wait until tomorrow morning. You need rest, you need medical attention, and you need to get up that hill before you pass on. So let's focus on that now and grieving later.
You see that he just looks back to the tunnel. I will need some time if you don't mind.
Can I trust you to stay here by yourself and not get injured any further?
He looks down to you and smiles weakly and goes, I'll do my best.
I don't know that I can trust After what we've encountered in that cave, knowing that one of my own party members is capable of such destruction and possibly my own demise, I cannot just trust that you will make it home safely. Either we wait for the rest of the group or I accompany you back to the camp. I'm not leaving you here by yourself. I'm sorry.
Then you can sit with me.
That's fine.
Could I walk up to them and say, I can watch him too, if you want.
You should. You should go find Care. Be sure that you check in with him. Let him know you're still alive.
You hurt, little one.
I was patched up. He's
taking a look at the gash within your armor.
I'm fine now, but he just sort of sighs a little bit. I think you need a friend more than ever. I just want to help.
If anyone understands monsters, it's us.
He just kind of turns back to the ocean, looks out. A small smile cracks across his face as he just sits there and thinks. As for the rest of it.
I'm sat over here, not talking.
More like here.
Staring.
You know what? Curiosity's gotten the better of me. I'm going around checking the other spots for traps.
Looking about. Go ahead and make perception checks.
How many would you like me to make?
Just one. This will just be an overall daring.
15, so 20.
20. You see them as you walk past, going and checking very, very slowly and methodically not to get caught. You already marked it there.
Not this one?
Nope.
Okay.
Close up.
You were right
I had all of them.
That's the one that I ran into.
Yeah, and that's the one I fell into.
Yeah.
And of course, the one that I was trying
just
to lure.
small, thin, almost invisible webbing that is marking just almost a fence of capture.
If I had something that could easily release this, I wonder if you could use this to make some sort of material or tool, but there's no way to easily unbind from it. Oh well.
I'm going to go over to the corpse, look at what's left of the skull, and the hole that the crystal retracted into. Is the crystal entirely gone or simply dim?
It is not dim. Like I said, it fell in like an eggshell and turned to dust.
I stand over the body, playing with the deck of cards.
I saw this cave. I heard it, but I was too blind to understand. Perhaps this could have been avoided. I apologize.
And I step away.
So would now be a good time to discuss.
You see SAAKA kind of crossing her arms. Would you mind telling me what the hell did I just see? She looks back over.
Spider Hag?
I will kill him.
That would be something for him to say, not me. It's not my secret to reveal.
She steps forward and leans in close to you. You won't like it if I get enters.
Not something that I can reveal.
You better convince him to tell the truth.
Up for him to decide.
As you sit there, KELSION slowly departs from SAAKA, walks over to you.
That's probably one of the worst times for you to lose control. Tensions are going to be high, but play your cards right. You'll be able to repair if any damage is done. Maybe not right away, but eventually.
Yeah, go get the others. I'll tell them.
Start going and trying to gather everyone up.
Hi, Stacy. I don't
SAAKA kind of looks to you and begins approaching DATH'TAN.
I'm right behind her.
She tails you, allowing you to take lead on this. And you, looking about, I'm assuming that you've collected the pieces of coin.
Yeah.
With that, you begin heading out towards the exit of the cave, or you're sticking around?
I go to the exit, let them know that that Death has something to say, then head back.
Lux turns. Let's get at least some answers, shall we?
Yes, please.
Second that.
Sees, turns, and he goes, "Where the devil is my potion?"
That's a
When you
a good question for not me. I definitely don't have it. Hey, you can check. I don't have it on me. I know who does, but it's not a question.
If he brings it up to the group, I'll give it back, but I've probably forgotten that I have it.
You begin walking.
You're there.
Most of the group now, including Lux, are kind of all grouped around you. It's a very low-key looking up, and the Avengers are just there moment as you are sore, and all of them are just standing about.
Well, I guess I can't hide that anymore. I am cursed. I am a lichen, but I can't control it. Been like this for the past, 5 years?
I'm bad with time.
And I've gained little to no leeway on getting any control over it. Sometimes it just happens and I can't do anything about it, like just now.
So you didn't choose for that to happen?
No.
Okay. I was under the impression it was a conscious decision.
No. Typically when that happens, I don't remember anything. This time I remembered everything. And I do apologize to you two.
Lux just looks to you. It's alright, friend. I'm used to the bit more of the feral side. See, kind of glances at the body of Maedra and just does a 1,000-yard stare.
Anything else you want to know?
Is there any way to prevent it on our side? Anything we can do to calm you down, or?
From what I was told, it only takes over for about 30 seconds. So if it happens, just stay away. Don't get near me at all.
That's going to be hard to do.
Yeah.
Well, now that that's all over, what are we doing with her? And I just kind of gesture to Maedra. We're leaving her here, or do you want us to take her back?
We are not bringing her up.
Okay. Do we want
What
to-
would be the tradition among wherever she comes from?
She didn't speak much of her past life. Only telling us that she hailed from Shudona. Stonehalf specifically. But the others cannot see her like this.
So, no.
She stays here. We should probably head up.
Let's.
Did you hear her comment about teaching a lesson?
I did not.
I don't think that was a stab at you. I think we found her other comment.
A shame it had to be her.
See that he looks out to you, all ears. I have an idea, but it's going to take you all to not say anything when we're up.
COIL just gives a slow nod.
Your caravan, your lead.
I have your back.
Kramer is young and didn't know what he did. This is all on her. Rather than Kramer will stay. I'll make sure Rolla gets her son on the same medication she's on.
What shall we speak of, Maedra?
She did both deaths. Melrick wasn't on Kramer. And from the jab, I'm assuming that Derek was hurt.
Shall we speak of her being a hag? Or would that be too much?
Let me do the talking. I would appreciate it.
By all means.
Very good. I'm still quite sore and tired, and so if you all don't mind taking the lead, crawling up this cliff is not going to be fun.
You still have the black oil.
I put that back in the wagon.
Fuck.
He is going to make a perception check. Where's my potion?
Oh, yeah. My bad. I grabbed it off you when you went down to get everyone back up.
Keep it.
Okay then.
You used it way better than I could. I didn't even realize what happened. I turned around. Next thing I knew, I woke up on the ground.
I'm still very sorry about that.
I actually didn't realize it was you. You are forgiven. SAAKA just puts her sword onto her back, begins walking out. CAEDRIK slowly following. You're like, I don't know what the hell just happened.
missed the party, buddy. You
Maybe
missed
it's
the party.
best you
Yeah,
stay.
indeed I did. You begin a slow climb up. The fight leaving some of you still injured. And if not that, then if you guys thought you were sore in the past 2 days, you don't know what it's like to climb up a cliff like this. Tired from the swift movement of battle, you make your way in 2 separate lines on either side of the cave mouth, just as you did crawling down. You reach the top. The people around the area stand a bit scared, looking at you one by one as if they're waiting for one to not be joining you. You begin to collect yourself over the cliff face, each having different thoughts running through your mind as you crawl up, either guilt or anger or confusion. Lux still looking as if he doesn't fully grasp the situation, but is just trying to do what he can. Climbs up with you. Some of you find it weird that you were just speaking to her last night to just this morning. And to witness her as you did, it's visibly shaken some of you as you still step up. As you walk towards the caravan, Rala steps out from the line in quick pace towards you. Kramer following slowly behind, but she's trying to keep her hand out to tell him to stay back. She looks about, she goes, "Is she?" Looking around, she quickly reads some of your reactions, and her face retracts a little bit as she goes, "She was kind. Different, and we didn't get along that often, but she treated Kramer right. And even looked after him sometimes. For that, I'll be grateful." She looks to you all with an honest smile that she tries to put on a brave face. She goes, "Past few days have been some mentally stressful and tiring days I've experienced in a very long time. But you saw us through it and safeguarded us from the threats outside and inside our crazy little group here. Thank you." She kind of looks to the main group of you, still in the midst of catching your breath. She turns and picks up her son, Kramer, who waves to you all as Rala walks her back to the both of them to the wagon, his eyes looking just as tired as some of yours. It takes a little bit due to him still being banged up without healing to reach the top, but eventually the winding horns pop over the side along with the rest of Lux. Content look on his face overall. He seems at ease. As he climbs up, he then just turns and sits at the grassy cliff edge, crisscross, and looks out, breathing deeply with a sigh of relief. He just sits there, looks to some of you, and then just pats the ground next to him. Are any of you approaching?
Yes.
As some of you join him, some of you dangling your feet off the cliff, others staying a few feet back, scooted along the edge. He looks to all of you as he scans. He looks out to the ocean and he goes, "My family wasn't the largest, but it was a bit more than most. We were taught early the horrors of monsters and beasts, cursed kin, and all the like. But we were only taught how to spot and kill them. I was a little bit of a black sheep of my family, wanting to understand them instead of simply fight them." He kind of chuckles to himself, looking back out of the water. "There are true threats that need to be killed." And he looks back to the caravan. "People like them don't deserve death." He then looks back to you all. "You helped me do something I didn't think I had the strength to do. To kill something that had gone mad, something that was no longer my friend, but I didn't see it that way. deserve honesty. I knew about her. He kind of looks down the cliff. Me and her talked a long time when I first found Nedra, when she first came to me. She was in needing of hiding, shelter, food. Not a thing a monster needed, but that of a human. We talked at length. She was so disciplined, so in control of it. Even now, I don't understand how this happened. Thank you, all of you. This day would have been very different if this was just me and Drud, or something of the like. He sits in silence for a while. And then a familiar smile comes across his face and he smacks his knee, coming to a standing point with a groan, and he goes, "Ugh. You know, for a group of strangers, you all know how to work well together. Somewhat. For when we reach Repton, you will be able to sneak in as a mercenary group for sure. You will probably need a name, though." He thinks to himself, "I'm sure your fine folk will think of something by then. I need to go and make sure we're prepped. We're going to head out tomorrow morning. I'll leave you all. Do what you wish with for your night. You've earned it. I'm going to have a drink." He begins to slowly limp his way into the caravan.
I almost second that, but I need sleep more.
He begins to turn and walk towards the caravan, but stops a few feet short, turns back. "Thank you for not leaving me alone." He gives a small head bow and begins to fully walk back into the caravan. What are you all doing?
Breathe for what feels like the first time in maybe 2 hours.
Yeah.
Exhale.
Yeah.
You stand there
Really
together,
appreciate the shoreline.
looking around, some of you thinking back to just the 3 days at this point that have passed together. The fighting you've done. Efficient, for some reason. Some of you with your own ambitions, but think of the usefulness of this gathering of strangers so far. One by one, you all enter the caravan. Night, once again, late. As you enter the middle of the caravan where the fireplace is dug out in a small circular dirt pit, sits Drud, the one-eyed Goliath with the 5 o'clock shadow, the twins stuck together, Caedrik and Capus, and Rala, who now sits with a nervous smile on her face. You see Luck approach them and share words as he holds his side as where he was stabbed. It lasts a few minutes, with the twins and Drud looking at each other, to Rala, and then nodding. Lux gives a smile to Rala, and with a nod himself, turns to the work hands that watch from afar, and he goes, "People, I know this has been a very confusing and wild time for you all. But with the efforts of our brave protectors," as he gestures to you all with an arm outstretched, "we are able to find who's responsible for the deaths of Melric and Derek." He then looks towards the cliffs and points. "Nedra betrayed our trust. Entered this caravan, and then when she couldn't hold off any longer, she began her attempt to kill and feast on us one by one, having the gall to still call us family while doing it. But with tonight's efforts, she's been kicked out of this caravan, and we won't have to fear her anymore. With our new protectors, we won't be threatened about anything getting into our camp again. I will miss our people just as you will. Derek was Derek,
Ouch.
and Melrick is a man who wouldn't want us to shed a tear for him one bit. So, let's keep him in our hearts as joy, instead of our tears as pain. Rest, and rest well. Come the morning, we will be setting out on the road to better fortunes. Be assured, you are safe. He gives one more glance over to you all before looking about, the people seeming a bit more relieved and calm than you've seen in the past 2 days. They're still on edge. Many shaky breaths are had as they are looking about each other, and some just sit there in thought. You feel like they will be like this for a while. However, they do look as if a weight has been lifted from them, and some begin to lie down in a calmer tone for bed. What are you all doing?
I'm gonna go to sleep so heavy it makes the dead look alive.
Yeah, I would like to follow suit. Just making sure that there's nothing anybody wants to discuss before we all hit the hay.
Screw it. I'm gonna try lightening the mood a little bit. I look over to the group. I was practicing a roar when I was on watch to keep the monsters away. Do you want to hear it?
Sure.
Sure. It'll come
He sort of
in
looks
time.
down on the ground after his little meow. Like, oh, I messed it up.
I give him a head pat.
He posed.
You'll get it one day.
I botched that meow so bad. But,
You did fine. So, all of you are going to bed?
I think that's the plan.
Yes.
Thanks.
Now and then I'm gonna go to bed.
As you begin to walk, you hear, "Hey!" Turn and you see SAAKA.
Yeah?
She strolls up to you and goes, "Me and you can talk about containing anger in a little bit."
It's not really anger.
I've seen pure rage.
Maybe that was what you saw. That's anger doesn't control it. I don't know what does.
I guess we'll find out.
Yes, we will.
We'll talk later.
Yeah.
You see that as wherever you go to lay down, she follows you with a knapsack about 20 feet away and rolls it out.
The first night that one tried, I just lean up against it and fall asleep.
She stays at the side of the caravan, lying on her side, staring at you as you fall asleep.
I shift around to the other side of the tree.
So you shimmy yourself in between the stone and the tree. It's a bit uncomfortable, but you can
That's
probably find sleep here.
I was gonna say I slept there on accident.
A long rest is taken.
Yay, I can do stuff.
Can I
Before
Use-
you go to sleep.
can I use my Song of Rest feature and play a little song on that?
Is that a short rest or a long rest?
I believe it's either.
That's for short rest.
Yeah.
Short, is it?
Short rest?
Yeah, it's.
I believe it's either, but
So the whole thing about that is that it gets you more healing, which is only
more hit
useful for
dice.
short rest.
Okay, never mind then.
Considering a long rest, you get all your health back anyways.
Never mind then.
As you all awake in the morning, the sun helping with the cold chill. More batterings and wounds that are added to you don't help, however, as the cold ocean breeze stings you, any wounds you have still. You look about as you wake up to see the work hands as you woke up all late, as once again it was a very late night. Work hands are moving around the caravan, packing up in their finishing stages. You look about to see Lux talking with two work hands along with Caldred and Cathis. He looks over to you all and gives a smile and begins to walk over. He has dark rings under his eyes from lack of sleep, but his smile is larger than normal. He looks to you all and goes, "Well, good morning. I hope you slept well. Because with our problem solved, we should probably be moving on before something else decides it wants to take a bite out of us. My promise of payment still stands, and I believe we're at 4 gold per. Right.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe so.
I believe so.
If you still feel like joining us, of course.
I feel like we'd be better in this group than anywhere else.
He looks over to Rala and Kramer, who are sitting up front of their wagon. The red cloth and painting still looking as vibrant as ever on the cover, and the wood material itself. Rala has her wavy hair to one side, talking to her son, who seems to be in very energetic and bright moods. Kramer as he hops about in front. Lux goes, "We owe you all quite a bit. You've done well so far. Let's see what other troubles we can find ourselves in." He gives a small nod to you all and then looks about the wagons. Which reminds me, do any of you wish to drive Major's wagon? We're going to need someone to at least get her stuff to Repton.
I'll take a shot at it.
Sure thing. Shall we?
Sure.
Why not?
You all gather your knapsacks, and as the wagons are hitched with horses, one by one, Lux leading the caravan, you travel through the grass field, the wildflowers blowing in the ocean breeze. You make your way back to the Neuron Highway and continue your travels south. More travels are yet to come your way as you make your way down the island country of Totan. And that is where we'll end this session.